Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Radford City Schools School Board meeting for April 4th, 2023 to open. Can I please have a moment of silence? Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ms. Swing, would you like to lead us tonight?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Has everyone gotten a chance to review the agenda?
Madam Chair, I would like to amend the current agenda to include an action item concerning the bell schedule as it has been presented.
Okay, I have a motion to amend the agenda in regards to the bell schedule. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining? Okay, so we have one no and one abstain. Motion passes. Recognitions.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Thank you.
fine.
Let me add this real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a wonderful group of folks out here at the Rapid High School. If our forensics team will come in, please, with Coach Worley. Kind of make it horseshoe kind of. So this past weekend, the forensics team was up in Sterling, Virginia, competing in the state championships, and they won by a large margin, and they are state champions for Class 2 for 2022-2023. That makes them back-to-back state champions, and we couldn't be more proud. And I just want to let you all, I've heard from several, not just folks here in Rapid City, but throughout the state, about how wonderful your behavior and your sportsmanship and how you were helping other teams out when they were having difficulties. And I think that just exemplifies what we do in Rapid City. And you're sure a true role model for our division, the high school, and yourselves, most importantly. So thank you for that as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Coach Worley here, who can introduce you or have you introduce and maybe go through the wards and things like that. Okay.
Sure. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So if you'll introduce yourself, your category, and then what you placed at state.
So my name is Wilson. My category is poetry, and I placed first.
My name is Summer Fisher. I was in storytelling, and I placed first at States.
My name is Allie Shapizi, and I was in the category of humorous interp, and I was a alternate at States. My name is Olivia Spalding. My partner was Jackson Barnett. We did humorous duo, and we placed fourth at States.
My name is William Johnston,
I'm Catherine Wojcicki.
and we did serious duo and placed first at States.
My name is Amanda Scott. I did prose, and I placed first at States.
My name is Princeton Stevens. I also did prose, and I placed second at States.
My name is James Rife. I did humorous interpret, and I placed first at States.
My name is Addie Weiss. I did poetry, and I was an alternate at States.
Hi, I'm Ashante White. I did dramatic interp, and I placed first at States.
I'm Seth Barron, and my category is dramatic interpretation, and I placed second at state.
I'm Abby Napolitano. I did original oratory, and I placed second at States.
I'm Justin Anziani. I did original oratory, and I placed third at States.
I'm Mickey Barron. I competed in impromptu, and I was an alternate at States.
Yeah, and so for those of you that don't know, forensics A lot of people confuse forensics with forensic science, and it is not that. That is a whole different ballgame that I would not be coaching. So forensics is a mix of public speaking with a little bit of theater involved, and it goes all the way from when we get to impromptu speaking, that is more of the speaking side, and all the way down to the interpretation categories, which are more of the acting. They are not able to move around a whole lot. They have to stay in a bubble or two bubbles. So they're kind of restricted. And I just want to say this, because the hard part about forensics is we can practice and practice and practice and perfect and perfect and perfect. But if you get to state, they're judged by 6 people, and all it takes is one judge not to like their category or not to like their piece. And that's, I'm going to use William and Catherine as an example. So they did place first. Ultimately, but there was one judge that gave them 5th place simply because they didn't have a trigger warning with their piece. And so it is all very subjective. There is not really points that they can get. But when it comes to points, this is something that I obsess over. First place gets 5 points, second place gets 3 points, and third place gets 1 point. And so it all adds up to the team sweeps. And so we got a lot of first places, and that's how we beat Central Wise High School by 27 points, which is not typically done. Last year we beat Central by 1 point, and then we come back this year and beat them by 27. Or maybe 3, something like that. It was very close. But the year before, they beat us by 1 point. That's what it was. So we have been building this program when Ms. Tapp was here. Ms. Tapp had been doing this for 15 years. And then when I came, we really started building it up. And it's something where we are a pretty known team, like Mr. Graham was saying. You kind of walk into a room, and we were wearing the power color of royal blue, not black and gold, which confuses a lot of people in Radford. But that blue really pops when you walk into a room and you have a team of 17, 18 people. And it really is something that I'm proud of, and I'm very proud of this group. And the one thing I will say, too, is we have 2 seniors on the team. Majority of the ones up here are sophomores. So we're made mainly of sophomores, and then we have a few juniors, a few seniors, and then one 9th grader and 2 8th graders. So this Mickey Barron is a state champion in the 8th grade, which is pretty awesome.
That's great.
But that is forensics. If anybody wants to help coach forensics, come and see me. I would love to help. But we are very proud of them. So thank you all for recognizing us today. Something I do want to say, just so everybody knows as well, on top of forensics, they were also working on Our Town and Little Shop of Horrors all at the same time. There was a span of 2 weeks where it was Little Shop, Our Town, and forensics. They were at school pretty much from 8 until about 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening most days. So they have worked really hard. And Little Shop opens April 20th. Please come and see it. You got to shout that out. Yeah, that's it.
I can tell you that what Coach Worley was saying too about them working is absolutely true. I can testify for that, because we started tennis in early February, late January, and we worked till like 6:30 or 7. And when I go to lock up, all these folks are still in the auditorium, and you can hear them from the tennis courts too. And you can ignore that forensics, like science email that I sent you today. you don't need that. You don't need it from RU. So. But we're very, very proud of you guys. Thank you for representing our school division so well, and yourselves in the high school. So congratulations, and thank you for being here tonight. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you.
You guys. Great job, you guys.
I got to see you when you presented for the community. I'm overwhelmed, just overwhelmed.
Good job, guys.
Great job.
Thanks, guys. Great job.
And everybody
Sounds like
who's
you got a
listening
bright
along,
future,
know that you don't have to be a theater student to sign up to do forensics. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to, be on stage doing theater, but you're interested in the sorts of things they're doing, you can sign up. All right, and actually, please don't sit.
Oh.
Please get back up.
Me?
Yep.
Oh.
We're standing back up for a moment.
Okay.
Need to present to you our wonderful superintendent, Rob Graham. We're presenting to you a plaque that commemorates your Superintendent of the Year for our Region 7 for 22-23.
Thank you so much.
Just to let you know a little bit about why Mr. Graham's fellow superintendents gave him this award. He's served as superintendent here for 8 years, being recognized for his unwavering commitment to creating a school environment where excellence in education, every student, every day. Under his leadership, Bradford City Schools has been named an Excellence in Workforce Readiness School Division, the only division with an enrollment of 5,000 or less to receive that top honor. In addition to this, the school division has also been recognized as a School Division of Innovation, Project Lead the Way Distinguished Schools, and VHSL National Guard Cup recipient in academics, first place, academics third place for the 21-22 school year. School leaders say that Graham has played an integral role in creating the Region 7 Virtual Academy, thus ensuring millions of state dollars remain in Region 7. Mr. Graham is extremely deserving of this recognition, as his vision of excellence in education, every student, every day, is on display daily, not only here in Radford City Schools, but also in Region 7. And now Mr. Graham is up for possibility of winning Virginia Superintendent, and that will be at the end of this month at Hotel Roanoke.
That's
And
correct,
so we
in the VAST conference.
wish you the best
Thank
there.
you so much.
So
I
thank you.
appreciate it. Great to be here. Thank you, Ms.
All
Wright.
right.
We have a report of students tonight. We have with us, I hope, Adeline Turner and Connor Houston and Jenna Goname, I hope. Maybe we don't.
Are they here? These are our students from the governor's
Maybe they'll
school.
come a little later? Not outside? Okay. Well, maybe we'll wait for them if they come, and then we'll let them in.
Sure thing. Those are our governor's school students, and there's big changes coming with the governor's school location. So they hopefully will be able to be here to share their view of what's going on with that. All right, anything else?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the consent items. We have our minutes from last month. Has everybody had a chance to take a look at the minutes? Our superintendent's authority to appoint personnel between meetings with communication or notification by end of business day. Bills and petty cash reports. Did get a chance to look at those. Student activities and school facilities. There were some field trips here on our...
There's 3 that were added today.
Okay. So we have these ones that were added. Anything else?
Oh, ma'am.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent items.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, our public comment section. This part of the meeting is reserved for public comments regarding items on our agenda or in regards to Radford City Schools. It is your opportunity to address the board. You're requested to keep your comments polite and courteous. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect of the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that they may be held legally responsible if they make statements that violate the legal rights of others. For example, if statements are made that are defamatory or threatening. Complaints about specific school personnel are best addressed to school administration, who will address those concerns as appropriated through existing board complaint procedures. Please remember that you cannot mention specific student names during public comments. Comments likely to disrupt the board's work or prompt a breach of the peace are prohibited, and the speaker will be called out of order by the board chair. Please remember that debate during public comments is prohibited. For the record, please state your name and address, and we're going to also ask that folks let us know what school they're speaking about, or where their children attend. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per speaker at board meetings. And if anyone wishes to make comments, please come to the podium at this time. So we have our list. We also have electronic. So let's
I think we have more
read those.
electronic. Start with electronic.
Okay, so I think we'll start with the electronic ones.
Okay, so the first one we have came in to us from March 26, 2023 at 9:28 from Kevin Hayes at 6701 Camelot Road in Radford, Virginia, 24141. And the comment is, please go back to the normal bell schedule. An early release model or extended specials could provide more planning time for teachers instead of a 10 a.m. start. I apologize if I get your name wrong here. The second one we have is from Amanda McChesney, who lives on 812 12th Street, Radford, Virginia, 24141. Came in 326 at 1639. The comment says, in regards to bell schedules, I was dropped off at 7:30 a.m. and picked up at 2:35 p.m. Monday through Friday with Radford City. I feel that's how schooling should be. I have heard it's about the better times children learn and about the teachers being burned out. While I mean not to offend anyone, but I don't agree with making such accommodations. My job burns me out. It's physical, stressful, sometimes chaotic, and has been known to run me on the clock for 40 to 56 hours a week all year long. Then come home and assist with homework, dinner, baths, etc. I get being burned out. I just worry we are weakening the upcoming generation more and more. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I clock in and clock out as I'm told. Sure, starting my shift at 6:30 a.m. is not ideal for me. However, it is what I have to do to provide for my family, just as I feel kids need to learn to do. I don't think my school years have had a negative effect on myself nor my classmates, but making us learn early mornings when it's claimed preteens minds learn better later, it's established a determined mindset that made you be responsible for yourself and that of which was asked of you. The real world are to prepare our children for isn't going to hold their hands. You have got to see that. I believe fully in bringing back full days, 5 days a week, the one option I did not see on your survey. This one comes in at 3/26/2023 at 12:52:53. It's from Travis Morris, who lives on 811 Baldwin Street, and it says, I cannot even express in words my disgust and disappointment in Rob Graham. I'll apologize for the bluntness of these statements, but it needs to be said. This cannot stand, in all capitals. You didn't even let the school board vote. I know that for a fact because a school board member told me. Parents need to be able to get to work on time. People cannot afford more expenses or to take a chance of losing their job just to make you feel more powerful, Rob, in capitals. You are hands down the worst type of person to be in the position you're in. Underhanded, dirty, illogical, irrational, ego-driven, and deceitful people should not be allowed on any school board, especially not as a superintendent, especially not as a superintendent is capitalized, or in political position for that matter. You're going directly against the citizens of this city. What gives you the right? What gives you the right to dictate anything to the parents of this city that will be detrimental to their households and chaotic to the children, capitalized? Who do you think you are? In this small of a city, did you not think the truth behind your lies would come out? I was born and raised here, graduated from Radford also. I know what it used to be compared to now. It's embarrassing. To the teachers, you are getting paid. Do your jobs and stop expecting special treatment. Stop whining and complaining. You are already off all summer to do your prep then, like teachers used to. This sense of entitlement makes me want to vomit. Nobody else in any profession cries as much as you all do. When already being catered to in every aspect of the job, teaching should be your passion. You make sacrifices for your passion. You also know when you went to college to become a teacher that it was a difficult job that required a lot of work outside of the classroom. You all signed up for it anyway. But all you do is cry and complain about the job. If you don't have fortitude to sacrifice for your students and work a little harder, then just don't teach. Don't expect the parents to sacrifice for you. We already sacrifice for our families every day. In all capitals, again, you're getting paid to do a job. Do it or quit. Yes, Radford City should realize they need to pay the real teachers better. Get rid of the teachers and especially the administrators who bring down kids or treat them like crap, like the principal at the high school. Stop the ignorant projects the citizens pay, like the skate park or the stupid median on the main street. Then you might have some left to raise their pay. Radford is not Blacksburg. Stop trying to force it to be. RU is not tech, or it will never be. Don't forget, Rob, you have to live in the city too. You are making a lot of enemies fast. You are not special in any way. You do not even have grasp of what the school system wants or needs. In all capitals, you work for us, the parents of these kids. You do not know what's best for them, obviously. Do you even have children? Lastly, for God's sake, stop giving surveys to our children as they are ignorant to the financial needs of the family. Take this whole thing to the city vote. You are not God. How can one person think they can dictate what's best for a whole city? This is 2023, not 1940s Germany. The next one is from Hillary Sims on 4 2nd Avenue Extension at 326-2023 at 407-21. Comment is, I'm understanding this is for teachers' planning and organizational needs, but surely you all took into consideration the impact this would have on working families. The Radford community has very limited before and after school programming. Our schools themselves can't even offer this to families, unlike surrounding counties. This plan does not consider families that are reliant on early shifts and may not have families available to help children to and from school. This plan doesn't take into consideration that older siblings may need to get younger kids on and off bus and working parents. How is the older sibling supposed to help? Why wouldn't they go later to school to help families? Will you consider adding before and after school programming within the schools to help? How are you going to help families adjust their schedules with these late bells? People are going to lose their jobs over this. I am very fortunate in that my husband and I both work from home and we can be flexible with the schedule, but I'm very worried that our community impact this will have on many, many families. The next one is from Sarah Smith, who is at 305 Heather Glen Drive, and this came in at 326 at 1138. Comment is, this is awful for children who need routine. My son has autism, make all the days the same. The next one comes in from Brooke Warden on 709 11th Street at 326-2023 at 8:15. And it says, Dear School Board, in regards to the new bell system, what steps are you taking for parents who would have no way of bringing their child there at these odd hours? Also, have you been with kids when you guys delayed school? They drag out of bed, and from what I heard from teachers, they're always a bit crazy or the opposite and sleepy. Will that not happen with this new schedule? Kids need routine in their lives, and this would significantly impact that. Why do teachers need more planning time when this has been a normal schedule for decades, and they got this done before? What has significantly changed in the day today that should affect this? These reasons have me looking more and more into homeschooling for my girls, along with several incidents that I've heard about going on in the schools. This new schedule will greatly push me into it, which is a shame when I live literally down the road from McCarg. Thank you. The next one comes from Majesta Osborne at 602 Heather Glen Drive in Radford at 327 on 1237. The comment is, I'm concerned about the new bell schedule next year, 2023-2024. The 10:15 tardy bell seems to be the concern for most working parents. Really just making a comment to advocate for the working class parents who this will greatly affect, like myself. Please find a better solution. Current bell schedule or previous 8:30 a.m. tardy bell works better for most. Thank you. The next one comes in from Blenna Patterson on March 31st at 3:13. Dear school board members, McCarg is having a family engagement night the same night as the school board meeting, so unfortunately our teachers are unable to attend to show our support for the proposed elementary planning times. I want to take this opportunity to express how much I appreciate our administration working to find a creative, innovative way to provide time for elementary teachers. The fact is, the responsibilities expected of teachers these days has increased tenfold since I began teaching 34 years ago. The time to complete these tasks has not changed or increased at all. In fact, it has decreased because we have adopted the trickle in arrival for safety. This profession in its current state is no longer sustainable. I am fortunate to be a veteran teacher, and therefore I have longitudinal perspective. Our world has changed tremendously since I began my career in 1988. For example, technology has created many new opportunities for students and teachers. However, research is showing that too much screen time is actually changing children's brains. As educators, we are constantly having to adapt and gain new knowledge from current research to address these type of changes. Professionals I follow predict that in the next 10 years there will be an avalanche of advancement in technology compared to the vast developments that we just experienced in our previous 10 years. Teachers must have time to navigate the impact of this fast-moving world in order to meet the needs of a new kind of student with creative, innovative, and engaging lessons. This is a difficult situation, but I trust our administration team completely. They have been doing lots of research to find the best solution considering all variables that are required for students. I am trusting that everybody will be considerate of the process and look for and expect the best in each other. I have no doubt that everyone involved wants what's best for our community, students, teachers, and families. Sincerely, Blenna Patterson, McCarg teacher. The next one comes in from Nikki Cumberland, who lives at 101 5th Street in Radford, Virginia on 331 at 2238. And the comment is, I'm writing to address concerns my husband and I have regarding the recent delayed start schedule implemented for elementary school students. My husband and I live in Radford, and we have a son who will start kindergarten in 2024. I'm a 2006 graduate from Radford High School, and I could not be more proud of my upbringing and the education I received while at RCPS. With that said, my husband and I have significant concerns with how this new schedule will affect the students and working parents. First, I believe the delayed start will have a detrimental effect on the productive learning hours that the young kids are capable of. I can only speak for my children, but my kids are at their best and most attentive in the morning. That is when they have the energy and attitude to give their best ability towards learning core subjects. I believe that delaying the start of young kids learning until almost 10 will lead to less productivity by the students. I think the need for additional teacher planning could be better addressed by having early release rather than a delayed start. Just as a teacher previously told this school board that she was tired in the afternoon and would be less productive planning. That is the same for our young kids, but young kids do not have the self-discipline that an adult should have to overcome that afternoon slump. My second concern stems from my husband and I both being professionals who work full-time outside of the home. We do not have the flexibility to start our work days at different times throughout the week. We understand that school is not a babysitter, but we do expect the schedule to be consistent so that we can all get into a daily routine. I understand that there is conversation about potential before-school programs available to school families, but I worry that will just turn into cafeteria chaos. Logically, one would imagine that all kids will be in one area within the school in order to provide the teachers the quiet and privacy they requested for planning. That does not seem to be like a productive atmosphere that is conducive to the positive learning environment for kids. Although my husband and I did not get to vote in a parent survey, we would have selected a 4-day school week. That allows for daily routines to be established. Furthermore, it allows parents to have better opportunity to find childcare for a single day rather than for several varying hours on a weekly basis. In closing, I say all of this because I love Radford and I love the school system that helped raise me. However, that love is not as great as the love I have for my kids. I must do what is in their best interest. Therefore, the recent decisions being made by RCPS has led my husband and I to explore educational opportunities in jurisdictions that will better fit the needs of our kids and our family. Thank you for your time and continued consideration of this issue. The next one comes from Melissa Geralds on Monday, April 3rd, 2023 at 10 p.m. Dear Mr. Graham and RCPS board members, I continue to thank each of you for all that you do for our students, our RCPS staff members, our schools, and our community. I have been watching the recent board meetings live as my children have Tuesday evening activities that prevent me from attending the face-to-face board meetings. I'm grateful that these meetings are posted live for community members to watch. I have time to review the current bell schedule for the 2023-2024 school year. Again, I have a flexible work schedule and I'm able to easily figure out how to get my children to school on late arrival days. However, I've heard from so many families that this schedule will be challenging to implement. I have also been in contact with a few of our RCPS teachers and know that this extra time is important for them to have in order to lesson plan, have time to collaborate with other grade level teachers, and to conduct meetings. It has also been explained to me that this later start time is enticing to potential job candidates and for retaining current RCPS teachers. I work with and talk to a lot of the parents in our area. I also volunteer at McCarg Elementary frequently and observe the needs of our teachers and staff. I'm able to see the challenges on both sides. There is no easy answer to this challenge, nor will the final decision ever make everyone happy. I was hoping that the family survey would shed some light on what parents felt was the optimal schedule and would also provide teachers with extra planning time and meeting time that they are seeking. I feel like parents did voice their opinions and the majority of the survey respondents chose the 4-day instructional week for better options for our families. It was disappointing to me that the top choice of the parents was not really considered. It was stated in the last board meeting that the 4-day instructional week was not an option that was researched enough to be a viable option for the 2023-2024 school year. I felt that it was misleading to give that as an option on the family survey if there was not enough time to investigate this option. Also, I feel it was misleading to not give the teachers the option of the 4-day option or the year-round option in the teacher survey. If the options matched up on the surveys for both parties, parents and teachers, maybe the results would have been considered more time, and more time would have been prioritized to each research for that options, or those options. My hope is that you research the 4-day option and the year-round option to be able to report back to the Board of Education by September 1st as requested by members of the board during the last meeting. Another concern I have is RCPS keeps changing the bell schedule yearly, but majority of the parents in our area keep the same work schedule from year to year. This makes it hard to figure out the schedule from one school year to the next due to lack of consistency. I'm only trying to voice my opinion as a parent in my absence of tonight's meeting. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you so much, Melissa Gerald. And the next one comes in is from Johnny Lawrence. Came in today at 7:13 a.m. Mr. Graham, my name is John Lawrence. I have 2 children who have attended Radford schools as tuition students since they started their education careers. My wife and I are both working parents. My wife Adrienne is a biochemist for a company in the Radford Corporate Park, and I'm a district manager for Walgreens Pharmacy. We chose Radford schools for a couple of reasons. First off, my aunt, Jennifer Presley, was a teacher at McCarg. Secondly, the classroom size and quality and professionalism of teaching staff compared to other schools in the area. That being said, the decision to change the bell scale next year with the proposed times is something that is going to be major inconvenience to many parents in the school system. I understand in today's environment that finding and keeping teachers is a challenge. Their workloads have increased, there's been an increase in disciplinary issues with students, and the COVID pandemic has reshaped how we do things. I'm not asking that the schedule necessarily be changed back, but what I'm asking is that maybe it can be changed to be at the same time at each location. This schedule will be very challenging for those of us who have multiple students in different schools. Another option would be going back to the half day to allow your teachers the time they need. I know last year it was originally planned to do that for the current school year, but it was met with resistance. There are many parents who would support that over the current bell schedule. I certainly do not envy your role, as you do not have I certainly don't envy your role, as you do not only have your number one asset in the teachers to look after, but also a district concerned parents. I appreciate your time and hope some type of compromise can be made that takes care of the teachers and is accommodating to the parents of multiple students as well. Sincerely, John Lawrence. This one comes in today at 1417 from Mallory Van Hoy on 5531 Clement Street. It says our children should attend school on regular schedules that teaches them and prepares them for the real world. Each facility should start at the same time, each day staggering the same times by 15 minutes to allow parents to drop off more than one child. School should start at 7:30 for the older kids, 7:45 at Dalton, and 8 a.m. for the little kids. If you want your teachers to have time off, schedule it. Planning for a day off school is easier for parents than this crazy delayed opening. Help our kids set a regular schedule, do your jobs, and put kids first. And this one comes from Brianna Worrell today at 2:29 p.m. Mr. Graham and Ms. Long. I have never made a public comment before, so please forgive me if this isn't the proper format. My comment is below. I wanted to reach out to thank the board, Mr. Graham, Ms. Denny, and other administrators who have worked tirelessly to figure out a way to maximize teacher planning time. This is my 7th year teaching, and as the years go on, I find this role becoming more and more unsustainable. The learning loss of our students suffered from COVID pandemic, coupled with the stunted social skills and increasing behavior problems, has made a teacher's role more demanding than ever. Elementary teachers currently have 35 minutes of planning time per day. During those 35 minutes, we plan for well over 250 minutes of instruction. In addition to planning direct instruction, we must prepare small group lessons to fill in gaps in student learning, attend 504 IEP and RTI meetings, collaborate with colleagues, print, copy, prepare materials, collect and analyze data, and more and more and more. Our teachers are incredible. We are resilient, creative, and hardworking. We love our students and their families. However, it is not realistic to continue to expect teachers to work past contract hours into the evening, on the weekend, and during the time they should be spending with their families, caring for their own children, and decompressing from a stressful day or week. Teachers everywhere are leaving this profession in droves. Job listings for curriculum writers, online teachers, and edtech companies typically have 300 plus applicants. Educators everywhere are crying out for help. We cannot afford to lose the amazing teachers we have in Radford City who are so close to being burned out. I am so thankful to the work for our school system that is showing teachers that they are heard and valued by increasing planning time in an equitable way. I hope that even in the face of adversity or criticism, you will continue to support our teachers so that we can support our students. Thank you for all you do, Brianna Worrell. The next one comes in from Robin Hoosier, and this was sent today at 3:20. Says, hello all, my name is Robin Hoosier. I am a 5th grade teacher at Bell Heath. Unfortunately, I cannot attend the meeting tonight due to it being tax season, for my husband and I do not have childcare. I am writing to you to express how I feel about the delayed start time and schedule change. As a teacher, this delayed time so elementary teachers can get planning time is so important and needed. During a normal school day, we generally get one free 35-minute planning period to make copies, use the bathroom, make phone calls, etc. Most of the time, teachers keep students during that time to catch up on make-up work if a student was absent or to remediate. Often, meetings with parents or administration need to occur during that time, as it is the only free time during the day. Lunches are always spent monitoring students, and by the time we get the whole class through the line, it's about 10 to 15 minutes of eating and using the bathroom. Generally, especially during tax season, the only time I have to plan, grade, etc. is after I put my kids to bed. On a normal night, my day doesn't end until about 11 p.m., just to plan and prepare for the next day. On weekends, I'm having to put my family on the back burner and get lessons in Google Classroom for the following week, create newsletters for parents, and put grades in. As a new mom of 2 little ones this year, I feel like I am drowning, even with 12 years of experience and an amazing and supportive team who collaborates well together. I can't imagine how a new teacher would feel, or a new mother who works and plans alone. I'd like for everyone to remember that yes, we are teachers, but a lot of us are also parents. I understand the delayed days cause a burden for parents trying to seek out childcare for their children so parents can get to work. I too will have a preschooler and will need to figure out childcare for him. However, when my son is pretending to be me and saying, I have to do my schoolwork, so you're going to have to play by yourself right now, or when he asks me to play, but wording is, hey mama, after you do your schoolwork, can you play with me if you have time? Something's got to give. Because to my 4-year-old son, the norm is that mama's schoolwork comes before him, and that is not okay. Parents want their child to have a good teacher, and when they express a need for their child, we as teachers are expected to do everything we can to help that child succeed. We are in a national teacher shortage. If teachers are asking for help in order to continue to lead children to success, and there is a schedule presented that could help keep good teachers from leaving the profession, wouldn't you want them for the greater good of the community? Thank you for your help in getting our teachers the planning time they need. I appreciate all that you do in taking time to hear my thoughts. Robin Hoosier, 5th grade teacher. The next one comes from Lauren Quesenberry, who lives at 204 9th Street, Radford, Virginia, today at 15:30. I'm writing to express my disappointment in the Bell schedule decision for the 2023-24 school year. Let me start by saying I love, support, and appreciate our teachers. I'm glad that the administration is taking steps to provide them with more planning time, which they need to perform their jobs well and maintain a healthy work-life balance. I'm disappointed that the school administration is attempting to solve the problem in such a way that shows little regard for the children and working families of Radford City. The survey results showed only 8% of those respondents in favor of your decision. I'm very concerned what the lack of consistency in morning routine will mean for children and their successes in school. This lack of routine will disproportionately affect children who struggle with ADHD or IEP needs. From an economic perspective, working families rely on children being in school each morning to enable them to attend work consistently and provide for their families. There are decades of precedent, and families have become reliant on the public school system. Childcare is already in short supply in Radford City, and the school is creating a new need which will be impossible for someone to fill. A variable schedule for 1 to 2 hours first thing in the morning is not an easy role to fill. Meanwhile, extending after-school care would be much more achievable. I think a more reasonable compromise would be to dismiss early 2 days a week to allow teachers more planning time in the afternoons.
Okay, and then I have one more that I'll make sure I get to you. This came in at 4:37 p.m. this afternoon from Ashley Frost. My name is Ashley Frost. I live in Pulaski County, but I work at McCarg Elementary teaching kindergarten. I'm unfortunately unable to attend this meeting in person due to a school event in McCarg this evening. While I can't speak for all, I was intrigued to write this letter, and after attending the last 2 board meetings in person and hearing from both sides of the community and the faculty at McCarg. First and foremost, please know that the faculty and staff always have our students and community as a main priority in every single decision we make. I've watched the educators in our schools over the last few years work tirelessly to meet the needs of all their students. This often looks like working for many extra hours a day, either before or after our contract hours, and on the weekends, using our planning times to assist with behavior in our own classes or other classes, meetings, and even covering other teachers' classes due to the massive substitute shortage we are experiencing right now. After doing that, teachers and faculty are trying to maintain their lives outside of the classroom. This profession easily turns into a 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week job. With that being said, teachers are being spread entirely too thin. This isn't only a problem in the Radford City District, but across the United States. The teacher shortage in this country is rising at an alarming rate, and I fear that nothing will change until it's too late. I'd like to formally thank our superintendent and assistant superintendent, along with the board members, for working alongside each other and supporting your teachers and staff by allowing us extra uninterrupted planning time for the 2023-2024 academic year. I know it poses challenges, much like all change does, but I'm really hopeful for the next school year. As an elementary school teacher, it is easy for us to be set aside when it comes to equitable time that reflects across each school level, because our students are the littlest of all. I appreciate how hard our administration and school board have been working to accommodate families on the delayed days next year. It is scary and frustrating for many people, but I know if we go at this change head on as a united front, we will see the benefits from it across the board. Okay, those are all of our
Yes, ma'am.
sent in ones, and
And
we've
then
got folks signed up. First, we have Shannon Ferguson.
Just go ahead and start.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Graham, Ms. Stinney, and members of the board. I believe that I've had the pleasure of meeting all of you, but for the benefit of the record, my name is Shannon Ferguson. I live at 906 Sutton Street, and I'm a 6th grade English teacher at Bell Heath. I come forward today to offer my support of a change in the RCPS bell schedule to include additional planning time for elementary teachers. There are those in attendance and at home watching online who I'm aware oppose this change, and those concerns are valid. As those present can see, I've recently jumped through the hoops of finding childcare in the New River Valley, and it is far harder than it should be. However, I hope to offer some perspective as to why this change is so critical for us elementary teachers in spite of the concerns of the community. We are educators. It is our job to educate your children, to meet them where they are and to give them what they need to grow, to inspire them to love learning, and to help mold them into the people they are meant to be. And if you had asked me just a little over a year ago who I was, my identity would have been mostly tied up in my job. I cared deeply about my students and their success, but I also took great pride in creating engaging lessons that maximize learning, being able to analyze student data to ensure I was designing instruction that fit everyone's needs, differentiating my lessons so that there was never a struggling student without a scaffold or an early finisher without a learning extension, choosing resources and creating opportunities for students to be inspired and to remember that they love to learn. And at the risk of tooting my own horn, I was pretty good at it. But all of that took time, and I had a lot of it. I spent most days coming home from work and just simply continuing to work until 10, 11, sometimes 12 o'clock at night. I never questioned it. I figured it was just what I signed up for. My students needed me to take the time to do all of those things, to be at my most effective, so they had to be done. Then this little one came along. And I realized that my time should be just that, mine, or more realistically, hers. And let me tell you, the differences in my teaching this year have been stark, to say the least. I care just as deeply for my students. That will never change. But the time I am able to spend on engaging, data-driven, differentiated, inspirational lessons, let alone contacting families, grading papers, handling behavior, staying up to date on current best practices, et cetera, is now mostly confined to the time I'm given inside our contract hours. And I very quickly realized that there are days when that time is not sufficient for my instruction to be at its best and for me to be at my most effective. And in case you can't tell, that's not exactly how I like to operate. And it is absolutely not what the students of Radford deserve. But my kid deserves my time too. And for at least the next 18 years, I'm not going back to spending those hours at home putting time into my job or into my other kids. Not because I don't love them or care for them or want them to see them become the very best versions of themselves, but because I can't. Thank you. And because for far too long, teachers' time has been taken advantage of, quite frankly. And at the end of the day, while we realize the impact that it has and the weight that it carries, ours is a job, just like any other. I won't stand up here and say that teachers work harder than other professionals. My sister-in-law is a nurse, my brother's a welder, my dad is the lead of an international consulting team, my best friends range from mental health professionals to property management. You get the point. I've seen others work hard for their jobs. Sometimes they go in early, a lot of times they stay late. But not often are they not given time during their workday, or otherwise compensated, to complete the tasks that are vital to performing their job at the highest level. A nurse is not expected to take her patient records home in order to provide proper care the next day. A welder is not expected to tack all of his projects at home so they're ready to weld in the shop the next morning. A consultant is not expected to give presentations for the entire duration of his workday without other workdays to prepare those presentations. Teachers are expected to find the time to do essentially anything other than supervise students and provide the instruction that takes twice as long to prepare and analyze than it does to deliver. And it is past time that this is recognized and rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrea Rackaway.
My name is Andrea Rackaway. I live at 6260 Harbortown Drive in Radford, 24141, and I'm currently a sixth grade teacher at Bell Heath Elementary School. This marks my 9th year in education. I've held licensure in 2 other states, Kansas and Georgia, and my husband is in administration at Radford University. His job is what brought us here. I have a daughter in graduate school, one in 8th grade, and a son in 7th grade. And sometimes I lament how much they have sacrificed of their mother to her career. Being a teacher and a parent is really hard, really hard. There is no balance. With just shy of a decade in education and in the classroom, normally I would be considered a novice, but with the state of teacher retention across the nation, I am a well-seasoned veteran today. Many things have changed in schools since I set up my first classroom, but one thing that has absolutely not changed is my dedication to my students. I get to work at 6:50 every morning. That is to ensure that I'm ready to go by the time that first child walks down that 6th grade hallway. I worked so hard so that I could learn all 60 of my students' names in one day, so that when I saw them walk down the hallway, I could call them by name and they knew immediately they were valued. I've established lunch groups for groups of students that didn't feel like they had any other place where they belonged, and I wanted to provide that safety for them. I've worked to build trust and rapport with some of my students who needed it most by going to their extracurricular events. Those are always on weekends and in the evenings. I purchased snacks every single week since school has started because I know that a hungry child cannot learn. I'm currently mentoring a Virginia Tech student who is a student teacher. I am serving on our school's academic review team. I am on the building leadership team. I've recently offered my assistance to our ambassadors at Bell Heath. Next year, I'm going to be the REA representative, and I'm continuing my own master's work in educational leadership. I leave sometime between 3:30 and 4 most days. Now, everything that I have just listed for you is completely voluntary, but it's absolutely intentional because it is what I feel I have to do to serve my school, to serve my students, to serve the families, and to serve this community. But nothing I have just shared with you has anything to do with me preparing lessons. I currently teach 3 sections of U.S. History 1. I have on average 35 minutes a day to plan, some days more, some days less, depending on our special schedule. That averages out to about 10 minutes per lesson. 10 minutes to research, align, plan, create, differentiate, collaborate, print, prepare, and if I'm lucky, make a quick run to the bathroom. I teach nearly the same lesson 3 times every day. I do not know how my colleagues who teach multiple subjects do it. As a board member, you know all of this. So I would actually like to turn to the parents in the crowd. I need your help. We need your help. It may feel as though we are adversaries in this moment, but our goal is absolutely the same. We want to provide the best educational experience, the best life for your children that we possibly can. I got into public education because I knew it was the pathway to the kind of life we all want for ourselves and for our children. I still believe that today. Public education has taken a massive hit in recent years, and I am not just talking about the pandemic. Society is changing. Our kids' behaviors are changing. Their emotional needs are drastically changing. And a large portion of my 6th grade day just revolves around helping my students maintain emotional balance. Without that, nothing else matters. Every single teacher I have the pleasure of working with wants what's best for your child. We think about them constantly. We collaborate about them daily. We want to make their school experience everything it should be, everything you want for your child, everything we would want for our own personal child. Despite that, sometimes we fail. I've been there. But I want to remind you that even as other teachers are walking out their doors of their school buildings and not returning, they keep showing up every single day. And it's not for the pay and it's not for the breaks. It was never about any of that. It was about your children and public education and what we can do to make a better society. I'm telling you, we cannot do it alone. Lawmakers will tell you that teachers want you outside of our classrooms.
Ms.
That
Rackaway.
could not be further from the truth.
Ms. Rackaway, can you wrap it up? It's 5
Yes,
minutes.
absolutely.
Thank you.
That could not be further from the truth. So I want you to see that we are here for your child to give them the kind of education that they deserve. I hear you. I understand your concerns. But I would love to be able to collaborate with you so that we can come up with a compromise that works for everyone. My door is always open.
Thank you. All right, we have Mariah Muche.
My name is Mariah Muche, and I teach 5th grade at Bell Heath. This is not my first time speaking at this meeting, and I am a little bit nervous, probably as nervous as the first. I'm not usually one to speak up or to speak out, and honestly, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but I was taught if something scares you, that you should do it. My situation with teaching is kind of a unique one. I'm not a mother, but I'm surrounded by working parents. I watch in awe as my colleagues try to balance work and life and families, knowing that I haven't achieved this. I have the luxury of working uninterrupted at home, but is that really a luxury? During my 35-minute specials, I remediate and I counsel my most at-risk students. It leaves me little time to attend to any personal matters, doctor's appointments, phone calls to the mechanic. My car's been in the shop for over a week now. Dealing with family matters, even just using the restroom. During my 25-minute lunch, I walk students through the lunch line and constantly monitor them. I've gained the ability to eat quickly or to eat cold food. The only student free time I have is my own personal time. This is, of course, after I work the after-school program of Junior Bobcats and Garden Club throughout the week. I typically spend, at most nights, an hour emailing, making parent phone calls when they're off of work and can answer the phone, grading, regrading, lesson planning, and preparing for the next day. I feel lucky that I'm not trying to balance this with my own children. I applaud any teacher that does. And they do. And they do this with dignity and with grace. And they make it look easy, but I can tell you from my own experience, it's at an expense. Who's getting the short end of the stick? Is it our careers, our families, our students, or ourselves? It isn't sustainable. I went into this career thinking that I would teach until I retire. But I know deep down that I don't think I can do this long term. Every summer I ask myself, is this really what I want? I love this job, I love this school, I love this community. But can I keep burning the candle at both ends? Do I love it enough to work a full-time job that doesn't pay all of my bills, that requires me to work after school hours, and to take on second, third, and fourth jobs? A job where I'm doing my absolute best, and it still doesn't feel like enough. We know this is an ongoing conflict, but we need to remember that we're in this together. Everyone is here because we want what's best for these kids. Overworked, undervalued, and underappreciated teachers are not the best we can do. Thank you for everything you guys do, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, we have Anna Geddes. Sorry if I mispronounced.
Gaddis.
Gaddis.
That's okay. Yeah.
Gaddis. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Gaddis. I live at 8602 Mystic Rock Court, Radford. I am here to comment on the newly announced start and end times for RCPS for the 23-24 school year. My husband and I are parents to 3 children within the school system. Our daughter will be entering the 9th grade in high school. Our son will be entering the 6th grade at Belheath, and our youngest will be entering the 2nd grade at McCarg. We are a tuition-paying family that moved to RCPS in 2020 during the height of the pandemic. There are multiple reasons why I'm here to speak to you today about our concerns. I'm confident in stating that the survey that was sent out to the school community was poor and unfair. The best interest for our children, the working families, both single parent and dual, and tuition-paying families that must provide transportation for our children were not taken into consideration. None of the available options listed on the survey were selected. There were changes made to the start and end times for all 5 days of the week. To me, this is a clear testament that the opinions of the school community were not valued. However, my biggest concern is the consistency for our children, and that is why we are here today. They should have been the priority and the focal point of this decision. I completely understand the stress that the teachers are under, as well as their needs and their concerns, and I sympathize with them, and I appreciate them. But there has got to be a better way. We need to work together and collaborate on a plan that will support the teachers' time to plan without compromising our children's learning times. Studies have shown that the students' ability to pay attention and retain information is highest during the morning hours when their minds are well rested and their concentration power is at its peak. There is a reason why my oldest child requests her English and math classes to be as early as possible within the school day in the middle school. The children recognize this. The children feel more comfortable and confident when their daily activities are predictable, which also leads to less behavioral issues. Consistency provides repetition that strengthens connections in the brain. These environments help children develop. Surrounding school districts do not seem to have these issues. While I know we're a much smaller school system and we face different challenges, there has got to be another way. And we as parents do not feel that sufficient time was taken and appropriate investigations done when the decision was made for the upcoming school year. In my opinion, and in my observations and discussions with other parents, these actions have made RCPS a less desirable school district. I understand that options are being explored for before-school care, and that will put a Band-Aid on the issue for working families, but that does not address the removal of the early hours of the school day, and therefore I beg you to reconsider this decision. Think of our children and their educational needs, please. I appreciate the time to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Shannon Honaker.
Hello, my name is Shannon Honaker. My address is 7321 Marshall Lane, and I live in Fairlawn, Virginia. First, I want to start by saying thank you all for all you do for our kids and for our community. I don't think anyone here thinks you guys aren't amazing and doing an excellent job. But I also realize that something has to be done. So I'm begging you all to think about this and reconsider and maybe revote on these start times. I'm definitely not a public speaker, and I didn't do a nice letter like everyone has. I have my bullet points that I did at work. So I just want to let you know that I'm just going to point out some of the big problems that we're having. I have 2 children in the school system now. I have a child in the 8th grade and one in the 5th grade, and then we have a 2.5-year-old. So we have started with tuition years ago when they first started school, and we love Radford and we support Radford and we're so thankful. My biggest question is, I understand that, teachers need this time to plan, but also what else could we do to help make our teachers more satisfied? Is it increasing your pay? To me, money does talk some. So if I get a raise and I feel like I'm being appreciated, that does help. Is it hiring more teachers? So that gives you more time to help. I don't know. In some ways, I feel like we have to come up with a better plan than trying to start at these various start times with at least a 45-minute break between Bell Heath and the high school. That I'm not sure what I'll do with my time in between there when I drop one kid off at the high school and then I have 45 minutes to wait until I can drop off my next kid at Bell Heath. Also, we've had changes in the school schedule the last 3 years. That means, how are these kids? I can't hardly keep up with the schedule, so I'm not sure how our kids are keeping up with the schedule. I don't know how many times my oldest has said, I can stay up late tonight because I get to go in later tomorrow. And so that's messing up his sleep schedule. Also, I hear you teachers saying you want more time to plan, but that also means you have less time to provide instructions. Our kids are already struggling now. So what are we doing when we have less time to provide instruction for these children? I know that school has changed since I was in school. We have less homework time and less homework coming for the kids to do now because kids aren't doing it, so teachers aren't giving it. We also have less school time, like I said, so we're going to end up with kids that are continuing to struggle. I also want to know what research has been done. We're going to have less time that the kids are being supervised by adults in the morning. Are we going to have increase in teenage pregnancy? Are we going to have an increase in drug use? Because parents have to work. My husband and I both have to work. Other schools are making this work. Montgomery County is. Giles County is. What are they doing different that we're doing that? How are their teachers not feeling the stress? Or maybe if they are, or what are they doing to help their teachers in that area? Also, the best time to learn, everyone's already said, is in the morning, so I'm not sure why we're starting so late. One other thing is, at one point, I was against, and I talked to Mr. Graham at that time about the late day for the early release on Wednesdays. I was one that really pushed for people to complain so that we could get that changed. And then I kind of said, well, if I knew that you were going to make it late in the morning times, I wouldn't have complained then. So now I'm complaining again about this, but now saying maybe we should go back to the 4.5 day and get off early on Wednesday. So now we have 1/2 day for parents to find something for these kids for daycare, or you have after school program for 4 hours or 3 hours on a Wednesday instead of every morning trying to find a before school program for kids to attend. So those are some of my highlights. Thank you guys again for everything you do, and please reconsider this schedule.
Thank you. All right, we have Mary Lee Gill.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lee Gill, and my address is 303 Meadow Ridge in Radford. And I have a child currently attending McCarg Elementary. Like Shannon just said, I do want to just stop before I read my thing here that I prepared and thank the teachers. I could never do what you all do every day. I have a lot of the same feelings that you do, but I feel like, as a lot of people have said, we've got to figure out a way that's going to work for both teachers and families. So, I myself grew up in Radford and graduated from Radford High School. I was so excited when my husband and I found a home in Radford last spring so that our son could attend Radford City Public Schools. So far, things have been great. My son has an amazing teacher and he is really doing well. He comes home excited and I couldn't ask for anything more. What is concerning to me, however, is the new bell schedule for the next year and how this is going to impact families and, most importantly, our children. I 100% support the fact that teachers are asking for and need more planning time. It feels as though this was a knee-jerk reaction to try to retain the teachers that we currently have and to help recruit new teachers to our schools. However, it does not appear this was fully thought out, nor does it appear anyone's thoughts or opinions were truly considered when making this decision. Yes, a survey was sent out, but there were so many discrepancies that skewed results that surveys were essentially useless at that point. And when results came in, the top choices were not even considered. The survey should have only had the options listed that were an actual possibility for the upcoming school year. Secondly, if you want to get accurate results, the survey should have been sent out based off of each school and not as a whole. What my elementary age child needs differs greatly from what a middle or high school student needs. For instance, you said at the last school board meeting only 30% of families selected that they would need childcare if there were delayed start days. If you separated the schools and sent the survey out again, you would see a much different result. Of course, a high school student or a parent of an older child will not put on their survey that they need the childcare, again skewing the results for everyone. Most importantly here is the fact that children need consistency. Children thrive in an environment of structure and consistency, and I worry how this schedule will affect not only my children, but all children. I'm asking that you please consider rethinking this bell schedule and take the time to put the work in to figure out what is going to be beneficial for all involved, teachers, parents, children, everyone. Yes, retention is a huge concern, as it is in the overall workforce today. But don't you also want to retain families and enrollment in your schools? Families out of the city of Radford pay for their children to attend Radford City Public Schools as well, and this could be a factor to them deciding to take their kids elsewhere. I ask that you also talk to other school districts right in our backyards to see how they are offering their teachers more planning time without negatively impacting their students and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next we have Tiffany Merritt.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Memmott and I live at 705 7th Street in Radford. I currently have a son that is attending Bell Heath Elementary School. So I'm not a public speaker either, so just gonna go for it. So ours is a single parent household. I do not have a partner within the home or family that could help get my son to school on the delayed opening days. I have a 8:30 to 5 job, and the past few years I've been very fortunate to be able to take my son to school in the mornings on my way to work. I would be at risk of losing my job if I had to go in late 2 days a week, every single week. That's just not something that my employer would accommodate, so that would mean losing our only income for our household. And you know, let's face it, the schedule that's been presented, the new schedule, it's not a normal schedule, like something that we've been used to, you know, for decades past. Another option that I would not be able to do is paying for a before school program twice a week, every single week. That's just not feasible with my income, unfortunately. In regards to the bus route option, we do not have a bus that stops directly in front of our home. So this would mean that my son, my elementary age son, would have to, you know, get up, go down our street, walk down another street in order to catch the bus. I don't really feel like that's safe, and I also don't feel like I could trust a 10-year-old to get himself there while I'm at work. On the note of safety, I just wanted to bring up a point that has really, you know, concerned me. There are 81 registered sex offenders in Radford. There are a ton that are within a mile radius of the school itself. This new bell schedule has been made public. It's been on the news. Everyone knows about it. So this, you know, this information has been given to sexual predators. And what if they're, you know, waiting, knowing that children are going to be left unattended in the morning and their parent could not be home? They could be on the lookout for bus stops and everything. So it's just something that I thought about that I wanted to bring to light, because that is very concerning in regards to our children. Let's see, I have, you know, I do respect all the teachers. I really appreciate everything you do. I could never be a teacher, so thank you very much. And I know that school is not a daycare, and I've heard those comments being made online, but, you know, schools is something that parents have been able to rely on for decades. You know, we know that our children are going to go to a safe place to learn during these hours during the day while we're at work. So it is something, you know, that we're used to and have been used to for years and years. I also don't understand with the changes, like why the middle school and high school students would be starting earlier than elementary school students, because older children would be much more capable of getting themselves on the bus in theory than the younger children would be. Let's see. In closing, I urge you all to revisit the proposed hours and reconsider the survey that was taken by the parents. If a change has to be made, it would be really great if it could just affect one day out of the week, even if you did a 4-day school week. That way it wouldn't be such a burden on, parents, single or multiple parents in the household, to try to find something or someone to watch their kids, 2 days a week. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Jen Von Durant.
Hi. My name is Jennifer Bondurant. I live at 411 6th Street in Radford, and I have 2 children at McCarg. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. I believe everyone speaking shares a common goal to advocate for our children and our families as best we know how. It is for that reason that I'm here to thank the school system for being proactive in the face of unprecedented staffing challenges. I understand that some parents feel the bell schedule shows that the school system is out of touch. I would argue, however, that the unique schedule demonstrates that our school system is very much in touch with their finger on the pulse of current conditions in public education. As we have all heard, there's a teacher shortage crisis unfolding nationwide. Radford is not exempt from this. The bell schedule is an active attempt to address a problem that has been growing for decades. When I was a 6th grader in Miss Baldwin's English class at Bell Heath, my class participated in a soft launch of what would become the 6th grade writing SOL. I still remember overhearing the hushed concern among my teachers about the widespread implications of such a rigid program. I think back on this time as a turning point in education. Schools have now become one of the most overregulated, underfunded institutions in our country. The result of this fact shows up in many ways, in ways we, the public, chronically underestimate, such as the number of non-contract hours teachers regularly work, in ways few consider, like how teachers' schedules are so busy, they commonly plan their meals around when they'll have access to a bathroom. And in deeply emotional, heavy ways, like during a lockdown when our teachers calmly usher our children to a safe place and put their own physical body between them and the door. In some cases, their own children are in the next hall over. Imagine. The responsibilities grow. The weight is heavy. I have personally seen this weight slump the shoulders and dampen the light of incredible educators. Much of what I have described is not in the school system's control, and I know that. But what is in your control is the schedule, and this is why I applaud you for trying something different. Personally, it's not the specifics of the schedule I'm thankful for, but that our school administration is awake, aware of the mounting challenges teachers face. My children will benefit from being a part of a forward-thinking school system. I'm grateful to live in the city that has the autonomy to try something unconventional. To conclude, I will say I believe the school system has made this decision with the best interests of education in mind. I also know that many parents face legitimate, serious obstacles when it comes to accommodating this specific schedule. A gap has formed, a gap that is not the school system's sole responsibility to fill. I hope, moving forward, the school system, parents, and other community institutions can shift the conversation toward solution and compromise. If you support teachers, find a way to be a part of the solution. It is a community shared responsibility to bridge this gap and not allow it to be a barrier to progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jessica McMurray.
Good evening. My name is Jessica McMurray, and I'm a first grade teacher at McCarg Elementary School.
This is my 7th year teaching at McCarg. In 2016, I sat in my first RCPS convocation and I listened to Mr. Graham speak to a room full of amazing educators about the importance of taking care of ourselves and our families. Due to my past professional experiences, I honestly thought he was blowing smoke. I have learned during my time working for Radford City Schools that he means exactly what he says. I am a first grade teacher. I do not live in this community, but have been committed to this community and its students since 2010. But first and foremost, I'm a mom. My desire to become a teacher started at a very young age, and with each passing year, that desire became a passion, a calling, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that being a teacher is what I'm meant to do. But I think I speak for most teachers in saying that we are exhausted. Our mental and physical health and our responsibilities outside of work have taken a back seat to our duties as teachers. Our planning time is short. By the time we get all of our students lined up to specials, go to the bathroom, check our mailbox, return phone calls, we're left with very few minutes to actually sit and plan for our classroom and for our students. We work long hours, often late into the night, making sure that our lessons are engaging and relevant, and that we are meeting the diverse learning needs of our students. The work-home balance that we once had is gone. The past 6 months have been the hardest as a mom that I've ever experienced in the 15 years I have been a mom, and I can't imagine what life would be like right now if my kids were super young, like some of these. Just like our students are struggling in different ways, my own children have struggled in ways that I could have never imagined. My own children need me, and I am consumed with work. I have felt like a failure as a parent, and in turn, when my lessons are not finished, data not entered, behavior forms not filled out, copies not made, I often feel like a failure as a teacher. I cannot feel like a failure as a professional, and will not feel like a failure as a mom anymore. When the possibility of 2 delayed start days came up, I breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Graham and Miss Denny and our amazing administrators have been in the trenches with us. They see the struggles we are facing on a daily basis. They have seen our tears, they have heard our frustrations, they have seen us bend over backwards to meet both the learning needs and the social emotional needs of our students. The 2 delayed start days bring me hope and a renewed sense of determination to regain the balance between work and home that I once had to continue working in a field that I love with all of my heart. I know many are worried about the possibility of learning loss with students. Many question the effectiveness of starting late in elementary school. I'm confident that our amazing administration and our team of educators can make our delayed start days full of engaging lessons and exciting learning opportunities for our students. Again, it all comes down to balance. I want to end with a short reading from the Midnight Mom that has been sent to me several times over the past few weeks. Tonight we pray for the mama who is a teacher or works at a school. It takes courage to do this hard work every day. She loves her students, but often she is completely exhausted. No matter the national or local headlines, she gets up, she goes to school, and she teaches her kids like she has been trained to do. When she comes home, she does all the mom things that her own children need. Please help this mom continue to be strong. Bless her with peace. May she rest well tonight with street restorative sleep. It is this type of meditation that get me through each day. Mr. Graham, Miss Denny, and my wonderful administrators, thank you for your support. Thank you for caring about us, not just as teachers, but as humans. I'm honored to work for you, and I have hope for the future of teaching and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, next we have Jessica Wiseman.
Sorry, my legs got kind of asleep sitting back there. So my name's Jessica Wiseman. I live on Park Road. I have 2 children in Radford City Public Schools, and I just made some notes, so I'm not a public speaker. But I did want to say first, thank you to all the teachers who have spoken today. I started my career in the school systems. I'm a speech-language pathologist, so I did work for 2 years in the schools. And I do realize there are significant challenges. I couldn't do it. The work outside of the school was too much for me. Now I work in a hospital. The work outside of the hospital is sometimes too much for me as well. From what I've learned in my research and even working in the schools, being educated in college regarding like child development, children do learn best when the significant adults in their life are there to work together and support them. That includes parents, teachers, educators, the community. the overworking part that the teachers are discussing, it seems like it's part of like a cultural problem that we all have right now. The hospital has this problem. The school systems have this problem. We're also really burnout and tired in the hospital. And I too really struggle with work-life balance. Truly, I had the same sentiments for my job as a speech pathologist, and giving that best care to those patients. I want to research, I want to stay up to date. I can't do that within my working hours, but I'm also a parent and I want to be a good mom. So I understand all of those struggles. I understand that you need time to plan. I want to help you. I want to give that to you. I think there's a different solution, because these changes are going to place additional struggles on me to be able to be that mom, to be there for my children. So I'm hoping that you'll reconsider that. The changes to the bell schedule will require me to make changes to my work schedule. And in turn, I won't be able to see my children at night after school. I'll have to extend my work day. I won't be able to attend any extracurricular activities. I won't be able to help them with their homework. And I likely won't see my husband as much either, putting strain on that relationship. So there are additional issues that come for parents as well. I also don't have family here in this city that can just come over on a whim and assist. So in addition to those concerns, I wasn't able to locate any research that supported late starts for elementary school students. I feel like I have the biggest issue with the way the survey was handled and distributed. No one sent me a text to say there was this important survey for this. I caught it in an email afterward when I saw on social media that people were freaking out about this. Went back and looked, and it was like a 7-day window that I found to fill this out. So I didn't, unfortunately, fill out your embedded survey within a long email. I do read your emails. It was just too late to fill out the survey. So I wasn't able to locate that research, and I feel like it's a cop-out to say that you don't have time to research that 4-day schedule when you have all of this time to like listen to all of our concerns. How long could that research take? I feel like that could meet the needs of those teachers and give them additional time for planning. I have researched this myself. I don't understand how much time that would take to research the 4-day school week. Like other parents have said, the children thrive on structure. They already have behavioral issues. I do worry that that is going to be an issue for them as well. And then what are those children going to do during that time? If you do have this like prior to school, I'm presuming you'd have to pay to have your kids come. What will they do during that time? Are they just going to be like a free-for-all in the cafeteria getting amped up? I do feel like the buses are going to be more full. I haven't used the buses, but I'm going to have to for my husband to attempt to do some sort of work at home in the mornings. So I don't know if you guys have considered that as well. I know that was one of your reasons in your presentation, that you were making some of the changes to times. And then as I'm listening to these teachers, can you guarantee them that you're not going to fill that time with additional meetings, like those special education meetings that you're telling me about, or those additional things? You know, I have really close friends who are teachers, and those are the things that they're really upset about. They have all of these additional papers and forms and things that they have to fill out. So are you guys looking at possibly reducing some of those tasks for the teachers versus changing an entire schedule around? So I just want to close with, please reconsider, look at that 4-day work week for them. I think that would actually help with their balance. And then let us know as parents how we can help. I had no idea, like, a ton of these things. So I'm glad that you spoke up, and I would be willing to help if I could in any way. So thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kelly Lincoln-Hooker.
Good evening. Thank you. First of all, I want to recognize our amazing staff and teachers for coming out, and our amazing community and families. I am Kelly Lincoln-Hooker. I'm the principal at Bell Heath Elementary. I am new to the district. This is my second year. I've worked in 2 other districts, and what I will say to the board and the community and Mr. Graham, this is the best district that is around. I've heard a lot of comparisons to Montgomery County. I came from Montgomery County. You can't compare them. I want to thank the school board members and Mr. Graham for this opportunity to speak in support of our Radford City Public School teachers, our students, and families. I'm here today to commend you for your support of the approved late opening schedule. As someone closely involved with the educational system for close to 30 years, I believe your brave decision to support this schedule not only benefits our teachers, our students, but most importantly, the future of Radford City Public Schools. As you know, the responsibilities of teachers has grown exponentially over the last 10 years. As we've heard from multiple of our friends here tonight, they only have about 35 to 50 minutes, and we've heard all of the things that they have to do. And with the increase in nationwide school violence, teachers now have not only the added responsibility of keeping our students safe, they also have fear and anxiety on top of their heavy heart and heavy workloads. And I see that every day. And when I say that I have a teacher at least one time a day come in to cry with me, it would be too little. Every day, schools work toward full state accreditation and federal accountability indicators, ensuring that students are offered engaging lessons that lead them to learning mastery. That's what we're here for education. That's not all that we do. Kindergarten alone has 149 content standards in which students must master before the last day of school. Engaging lessons demand time and effort and planning. Unfortunately, as you are aware, the current schedule leaves little time away from students for teachers to plan these lessons during their working day. Teachers are hugging and loving on our students. They are giving them snacks. They are feeding them. They are taking them on walks. I see you. Teachers are compensated for 200 days of work every year, and this typically includes 180 student days, 11 in-person work days, 1 virtual work day, and 8 working holidays. There is no compensation for teachers on days where they are at home with their families, on summer vacations, on Easter break. It is well beyond time to recognize that the teaching profession, due to many circumstances out of their control, out of all of our control, that is imposed upon them without sufficient compensation and without better working conditions, is leading to an increased stress and burnout, which is causing not only a teacher shortage crisis, but a teacher pedagogy crisis. Finding and retaining highly qualified teachers is of the utmost importance as we continue to help our students close those academic learning gaps, not only caused by the pandemic, but by the impact of a rapidly declining economy. Our teachers have for years given their time and effort, sacrificing their own family time to be at family engagement activities just like the one at McCarg tonight, athletic events. Tara Grant, I see you. Student performances, proms, homecoming events, and don't forget our Title I event on Thursday. This change in scheduling isn't about not doing for students and families. It's about giving students the best teachers and the best lessons so they can become their best selves. I think someone mentioned today, we are a changing society. Radford and Mr. Graham is on the cusp of doing something that no one else has thought about doing. And while I appreciate the struggle, we have to be brave within the change and the struggle to make an opportunity for students and teachers and families to thrive. No one is thriving right now. By implementing a late opening schedules, teachers would have a designated block of time to focus on their planning and preparation. I'm really quick. I promise I only have a little bit more. And I know there's not a lot of research about when students learn best, but I can tell you with 511 students in my building, I have students coming in and sleeping. I have students that learn better in the afternoon. There is growing research that I'm getting into my classes that indicates that students who get enough sleep perform better academically and are less prone to health and behavioral struggles. This schedule can ensure that students are well rested, ready to learn, and ultimately contributing to a more positive and productive classroom environment. Finally, I applaud your efforts as our district leaders to continue to focus on what is best for our students by recognizing what is best for our teachers. We can continue to provide excellence in education, every student, every day, by providing solutions that are evidence-based, data-driven, and student-centered. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, we have Tara Grant.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tara Grant. I'm the principal of Radford High School. This is my second year. I was previously elementary principal, Bell Heath Elementary, 1 year with McCarg. We have amazing teachers here. We have amazing people that work here. Thank you guys for representing Radford. You have a very hard job tonight and continuing on. You know, it's only going to get harder probably, but I appreciate you. Appreciate our leadership team. You always have the best interests of kids at the forefront of what you do. I've changed what I wanted to say. It's changed like 6 times since I'm hearing these things. Teachers, thank you for being brave. Administrators, moms, community members, thank you for being brave. This is hard. This is emotional. These are our babies, okay? You know, we love our kids. We've got to get to work, right? I understand that. So, I am confident that you guys can make a choice that's going to work. I don't know if we need to relook at the 4-day schedule so our teachers in elementary can have what they need. I do want to say that the high school teachers have really enjoyed the 2-day late start this year. I asked for some input from them and what they thought of the late start and what would happen if they didn't have it. 91% really like those 2 days. This year, Radford High School is an academic review tier 3 for gap groups in math. And with that comes a lot of work for the school, the teachers, the administration. So we have had to have meetings and professional development to target our areas that we need to improve on. So those late starts have provided that time. And those are things that we're mandated to do because we want to get better. We want our kids to have success. So it really has helped us. The teachers have used it, that extra time to set up their labs, to plan, to grade, communicate with students, parents, administrators, work with students to remediate. Our teachers are hardworking. Elementary, secondary, we're remediating all the time. We care about kids and want them to be successful, even in the time that we're supposed to have for ourselves. We work with, teachers work with kids to make up work, tutor, make copies, regain mental wellness to be prepared for the day, participate in IEP meetings, 504 meetings, RTI meetings, department meetings, create tools for students to use outside the class. We have teachers creating videos for instruction or homework. Collaborate with resource teachers because, you know, we're always wanting to do the best we can for kids with IEPs and accommodations. We want to give all kids what they need. They use the time to talk to counselors, being concerned about students, school counselors, New River Valley Community Services, counselors in our schools, and administrators. This is the time where teachers plan field trips and purchase supplies. So without that late start, teachers would use their lunchtime to go to the bathroom, plan, grade, call parents, no time for mental break. Most work would be after school. Some work would not get done. One teacher stated that they can do more and better projects and activities with students when they have more time to be organized. Staying late consistently puts a strain on the family and mental health, which we've heard from teachers. That balance is really hard. One teacher said, if I didn't have that time, I would not be able to dedicate it to researching innovative strategies, and that's really what we're trying to get at. Due to the substitute shortages, teachers at the high school sometimes are asked to cover classes because we don't have a sub. We've got to supervise kids. That's their planning period, and that happens all the time. They are compensated, but then they don't have that time. That's really hard. That's really hard. A lot of our people that work at the high school also have second jobs. They coach our sports. With high school comes a lot of stuff, those teams and the things that kids are passionate about and why they come to school. So we want to provide that. So staying after school isn't always a choice if they didn't have that late start. I think we all love kids, and that's why we're here. School is love, and I say that all the time. And this is a job of passion, and we love your kids, parents. We have amazing, amazing teachers. I want to work together to find a schedule that allows for sufficient planning for all teachers, elementary, secondary. We all need it. I just wanted to tell you that the current high school schedule has worked for us this year. And I did want to touch, someone said, what's changed? What's changed? A couple of people have touched on it. The world has changed. Education has changed. The way we do things have changed. COVID and the pandemic is real and it's still here. And we're going to see the lasting effects of it for years. Mental health issues are on the rise. There are epidemics in vaping and drug use. I never thought that I would be dealing with some things that I'm dealing with at the high school. Epidemics. Severe behaviors. Social media. Okay, can I say one more thing? Okay, thank you. Social media promoting violence, promoting cyberbullying, promoting hate. What's changed? Higher standards by the Virginia Department of Education without the funding to go along with it for support. The fear of school shootings. Do you know that there have been 13 school shootings this year that have resulted in injuries and death? 157 since 2018. On March 27th, 3 students and 3 adults were shot and killed in Nashville, Tennessee. And we still continue to come to school because we love kids. The fear is real. The burnout is real. So, board members, please know that you're valued so much and you have a hard decision. We respect you and we know that you care about all of us. We do. I'm sure there's a way that we can give time for teachers and help with parents and families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you to everyone who came here to speak. Thank you to everyone who sent in emails. Thank you everybody who's watching along at home. All right, moving on to our report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted some informational items for you all. We're continuing with our senior celebrations. Dr. Grant and Mr. Keister and Mr. Sellers and the faculty and staff there do a wonderful job of highlighting their 13 years here in Radford City Schools. We'll have hopefully yard signs, the street banners that you have, the Starlight Senior video, graduation gold dollar. Wanted to invite you all to graduation on May 26, 2023 at 7 p.m. at Bobcat Stadium. We do have Radford University Bobcat Center as a backup in case there's inclement weather. It's so nice to have it at Bobcat Stadium, but there are times when the weather is not conducive to allow us to do that. The next thing we have is before and after school opportunities. I'm gonna let Ms. Denny kind of go over some of those. We do have flyers. I would like to say that we are very appreciative. I meant to say this in recognitions too. We have found a wonderful partner in the YMCA at Virginia Tech for a different couple types of opportunities. The first is the summer school that we're going to have, which she's going to touch on a little later, and then this before and after school opportunities with them too. I do want to let you know that we are finalizing a 21st century grant that we have to have submitted Friday, but we won't hear from that probably till the middle of July or somewhere around there before we know if we'd be able to receive funding for that. I think we'd be very competitive. We've had a lot of people working really, really hard on that with Ms. Denny's leadership, Michelle and Kelly and JC, our current program director, and then the folks from YMCA too have been helping with that too, as have the folks from New River Valley Community Services. So I'll turn it over to you to go over those.
So the first one I'll go over is the summer school. And these are the flyers that will go out tomorrow. Well, actually, they will not go out tomorrow. Summer school for 1st through 6th grade is by invitation only, and that's really academic based. But we are planning this with the YMCA at Virginia Tech. We're using AmeriCorps workers and YMCA interns, and we are using our licensed teachers. That will run in July, begins July 10th. It runs to August 4th. It'll be at Bell Heath, so even if you're at McCarg, you'll still be at Bell Heath for that summer school. And then we roll into kinder camps July 17th through August 3rd, and that is by application. So this flyer has the website, and it also has a QR code. So again, we'll be getting that information out soon. Do you have any questions about summer school? This is elementary. High school is typically based on verified credits. I'm changing. So the other thing I'm going to show you, and I think we have that right up here. So one of the things you tasked us with 2 weeks ago was to find out about any type of child care that we could offer in the morning. And so we've done some research and worked with different programs, and so I'm going to walk you through just a few things right now. So we met with the YMCA at Virginia Tech. They actually reached out to us, and we were able to meet with them it was right after our last board meeting, actually, we had it planned. So we met with them, and we talked about two programs. One would be an early risers program at the elementary school if we did not get the 21st Century grant. I broke it down, and you have on the second sheet is really the cost for that program and the hours. So we would run it every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday from 7:30 to 8:30, and then on Wednesday and Thursday it would run 7:30 to 10 o'clock. That program would really be geared in the morning for those parents who can show evidence of being employed and needing that kind of care. The budget is below. We could use our Title IV grant for partial funding, but it doesn't fund the whole thing. Even though this is a nonprofit organization, you still have to pay the people who work it, and they work for a pretty low fee. What we did is we broke down the remainder of what we could not pay through a grant, and it comes to be about $5.40 a week for a family to send one child. Do you have any questions about that?
Ms. Denny, I'm curious with this, and I may already know, but I presume we're not going to have any transportation provided by the schools to these programs.
Not in the morning, not for this.
Okay, so
No.
very good.
And that's why they're opening at 7:30 so that families could drop off that early. Just to clarify, breakfast will be provided to all students as it always has been.
And just to clarify, you did mention that we were going to be at least considering looking at opportunity for scholarship or however you want to, income assistance for those who do need it.
And let me be clear, if the next one I gave you was just a screenshot, kind of just a tidbit of this 21st Century grant, if we were to secure the grant, then this would come at no cost.
Okay.
So right now, if we don't get that grant, it is a competitive grant. They only take 30 schools, basically, not even divisions. So if we were to get the grant, it usually runs on a 3-year cohort, which once you get it, you typically are accepted the next 2 years. So like I said, that would be free of charge. Now this is solely run by the YMC interns and the YMC AmeriCorps workers. We used to use AmeriCorps workers for our afternoon program. The beauty of the 21st Century, if we were to get it, is you split the two groups. 21st Century programs cannot support 300 children. It can't. There is no possible way it can. That's too many kids. So even if you're looking for an early dismissal and offering this, you can't. What we're doing is offering in the morning to one population and offering it in the afternoon to another population, where transportation is provided for those students like we have in the past. We haven't run a 21st Century morning program in years. So this it's a new one. And there is a summer component to that, so we're The grant includes not only a morning and afternoon remediation program, but a summer program. So the grant came to $249,499 that we've applied. So that's the third one. And then I did, just for your information, not that we want to do this, but I wanted to kind of compare cost. I did give you the flyer from the Adventure Club that Montgomery County uses for its before and after school care. I have not called them. I'm not planning to call them. My desire is to use grant funding the best we can to bring the cost down and hopefully bring it to a zero cost for families who need that. And again, it would be an application process. By the way, also, when we calculated, when we figured out the money per child, $5.40 a week, it's for 8 hours of care, that was based on the number 160. If we had 200, that cost diminishes. We just have to have the people to run it. We have to ensure we have supervision there. Do you have any questions about this?
Where did the number 160 come from?
So, that was a ballpark estimate. Okay, I kind of thought, okay, let's go with, I think I went 90, 60, but 90, 70, 90 at McHarg, 70 at Bell Heath, but they were just ballpark figures. So if you went up to 200, that number's going to come down lower. The amount for the family decreases.
Mm-hmm. We typically have between 150 and 200 students in our after-school programs.
Okay. And so this is not open free time to play in the morning?
No. Now, there is some recreation there. There is some socialization for students. The wonderful thing about McHarg and Bell Heath both right now is part of our problem after the pandemic is we don't put children in mass numbers in contained rooms, which we did pre-pandemic. We don't do it for two reasons, for good health and for safety measures. Mm-hmm. But luckily at both McHarg and Bell Heath, we now have a dedicated gym, a dedicated cafeteria, we have STEM classrooms, we have libraries, and we have some other spaces that we can actually separate students. So you can do pockets of children. You can do, fourth grade by themselves in the library with supervision. They'll do homework help. They'll do some remediation and enrichment activities. We have a number of software programs that children can kind of catch up on. We'll do, if we can, we'll do some STEM activities with them and do a lot of recreational activities. We have grown our independent STEM kind of activities that students use. McHarg has their own, I don't know what they call it now, but it's like a hallway STEM space that have games and things like that kids can socialize. And children need to be socializing with one another. So it's a nice opportunity. Questions?
So we're saying we have these programs, but they will be ran by someone else, not our teachers.
Right.
So
yes.
How do the two mix? Will the instructional supplies, everything be available for this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we would coordinate services. The YMCA at Virginia Tech provides, it's a cost, but they provide an administrator. So that person would be there as well. I'm going to be honest. The best scenario for us is the 21st Century Grant. J.C. Hamilton runs it. We have administrators with YMCA as well, but it really is an RCPS YMCA partnership. But RCPS has a lot of teeth in it.
Mm-hmm. The afternoon program is really, we have staff that do an outstanding job with that. And we haven't had that previously. When I first became superintendent, we did not have a lot of staff wanting to work that. We do have a ton of staff working at both McHarg and Bell Heath now that really helps that, but we will not have that as an early morning program because they'll be planning.
So if we were, and like I said, if we don't do an early planning and we do an early release, that limits the number of students who actually can participate in that 21st Century program in the afternoon. And its student numbers. Mm-hmm. Can't support them. Right now we're running
Assuming they spike.
Assuming they spike.
Okay.
Yeah. So real quickly, I do want to say something in regards to the schedule. Yep, we've had 5 different schedules in the last 5 years because we've been in a pandemic for the last 5 years. And believe it or not, we've actually studied a 4-day week. We did it 3 years ago. Some of us went on Monday and Thursday, some of us went on Tuesday and Friday, and then no one came on Wednesdays. We did that study. We have some data from it. There was great feedback from teachers. You know, some teachers felt like Thursday was the new Monday, so it was a repeating Monday. Kids came on Monday and didn't come back until Thursday. It was Monday again. Wednesday was used as asynchronous. A lot of students didn't complete their work asynchronously. I don't think that's an option today. The day was lengthened, and someone at the high school can help me remember. I think it went to 3:30, or it was a pretty long day for high school. I think it was a long day for elementary as well. We have to meet the state mandates. When we return to 5-day weeks, the regulations return to a minimum number of hours and whatnot, and so we didn't have a waiver due to the pandemic. But we did do the 4-day. I'm not saying that it's not doable. I'm saying it's going to take some adjustment, and it's a very long day for very young children. It's a long day for a teacher. You have to decide if you're going to use that 5th day for nothing, where teachers don't come in, or that you hold them to planning on that day, because there's lots of different models. Some schools are allowing their teachers not to come on that day, and other teachers are requiring them. You have to decide if you want to do a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, or a Friday. But what typically happens if you do it on a Friday or a Monday, a 3-day weekend becomes a 4-day weekend, and truancy can become an issue. So there's lots of things to think about. We have done it. In fact, we've done a lot of different models over the last 4 years due to the pandemic. It just required us to pivot on a dime, to be flexible, to get our children back into structured environments, to learn. Things have changed, and I do appreciate the comments about being progressive. We do need to move forward progressively. Maybe there's a way we can compromise. I'm not sure right now. I don't know how to please everyone. I don't know. It's a hard task. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions about the before and after school opportunities or the summer program?
If, I have one. I probably have a lot, actually, but I'll ask one right now.
Okay.
So if we explored a 4-day situation, is this same program available on that 5th day for students who need remediation, help, things like that? Whether it's a Friday, Monday, whatever day it ends up being.
For remediation and intervention, more than likely, yes. I don't know. It depends on the schedule in which you put forth. So let's say that you decide to do a 4-day school week, but you require classroom teachers to attend that 5th day for planning. There will be no tutors for that group, because teachers will be on contracted time and we can't supplant. So that's where it becomes a challenge.
Or we wouldn't want them working it either, because they need the time to plan that day.
The other thing is running it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, whichever you're looking at. If your day is already 8 hours for students, what does that look like for an after-school program? And how many teachers will actually agree to work it? I think we would still have volunteers. I think the most wonderful thing about Radford City Public Schools after-school program is its licensed teachers. They're the true heartbeat of it. They do a wonderful job. So there are so many things to consider when you're trying to find a schedule. The other thing is, I know people want to go every 15 minutes. Our buses can't do it. Our buses can't transport students every 15 minutes to the different schools. I know it's difficult. That's why we try to keep 20 minutes open to drop off or whatever. It's just transportation is difficult in Radford City. Before the pandemic, I think we ran 6 route drivers, maybe 1 sped in a preschool. We're running 10 route driving buses right now.
10 routes and 2 preschools.
We don't have
1
bus
sped.
substitutes.
Well, we just are looking at hiring one, thank goodness.
We're very excited that someone applied and actually is agreeing to come drive a bus.
But that's after losing 3.
And so that's another factor that we always have to kind of sort through is transporting all our students to and from school. And how do you do it? Typically, a route takes 30 to 35 minutes to turn around. If you're turning around an elementary route, one of the reasons you take high school first is high schoolers jump on and off the bus very quickly. The high school can sweep its building in about 5 to 7 minutes in the afternoon getting on the buses, and they're rolling. An elementary takes probably 10 to 12 minutes to board a bus.
Just so you know, too, last week we had not only our custodian at John Dalton, which she drives all the time now because we're short-staffed, but both Mr. Keister and Mr. Freeman were driving buses for us as administrators. Routes.
And
not activities or anything. They're driving route buses.
I had the privilege of driving one morning at 6:30 a.m. I got a call from Jeff at 5:30 saying, I don't have a bus driver. And I said, I'll get you a bus driver and I'll be the aide. I came in and I rode on that bus, and it was such an eye-opener. You cannot see children. They are wearing gray jackets, blue jeans, black book bags, and they are standing on the sides of roads. You cannot see them. I had the hardest time trying to see the kids. And I had Ken Keister with me, who's pretty young. And God love his heart, thank goodness we had this wonderful little girl behind us going, they're over there. No, now they're over there. And I know it sounds odd to you, but we have children board our buses in September who have never signed up to get on a bus in the morning. They're just standing outside waiting for a bus. I mean, it happens all the time where kids ride one day, they don't ride the next day, they don't ride for a week, then they decide to stand outside and ride it again. And in the dark, early morning, having a 5-year-old stand on the side of Rock Road, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous things we do.
All right, do we have any other questions, comments?
So you all have your attendance report there, and that's certainly looking a lot better. Appreciate all the work that our staff is doing to really help with that. 94% is we're very close as a division, very close. I expect that to continue to rise. And then you have your discipline report, and I compared those the last few days. They've dropped in total incidents by 7 from last month to this, or from February to March, and then they dropped in total number of students involved by 9. So it's still moving in the right direction there. Any questions there?
In the back of, behind that one. Did you not get that one? Nope.
And then the last thing I wanted just to make sure is we've had a summer schedule here with, and our employees, our 12-month staff need to set their schedule for summer. We usually do 4 10-hour days beginning, this year would be beginning June 5th and going through August 3rd, and just wanted to make sure that you all are still supportive of that. So the building is closed, all buildings are closed on Friday, and all the mail folks, the FedEx drivers, the UPS folks, they all are very aware of that too.
But in the month of July, Belle Heath will
Yes.
run Friday
Summer school. And we'll make accommodations for those folks that need to work those days too.
I mean, the other department.
So if there's a custodian that has to work 5 days, we'll make sure that they're compensated for that.
Okay. So is that to make us aware, or are you asking for us to?
No, just to make you aware that, the board's new, so we just wanted to make you aware that that's what we normally do in case you had other feelings.
Very good.
And that's all I have for the reports.
Okay, just ask Mr. Graham where we are on another SRO for Dalton.
They are, maybe Thad can help out on
Are
this,
they
but the last
still
I
not
talked
out
to.
of school yet?
Yeah, correct. They're still police academy training, and
Okay.
when they finish, then they're looking at trying to find that replacement. I talked to Chief Dotson last week, not this week yet, but he said we should have somebody up there within the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
So they're still. I was up there this week, and they still have the patrol folks that are out on duty are coming in and checking in, and when they have overtime opportunities, Thad, correct me if I'm wrong here, there's folks that are coming in and serving at John Dalton up there too. So there's generally, not all day, but either sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. We'll have 2 at the high school, middle school.
All right. I just, that certainly is a concern.
Yeah, I
Safety is a
understand that.
concern.
Thank you.
All right, anything else under the report?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Reports of board members. We have one that's listed. If you all would like to speak about that first, either Chris or Gloria.
Chris was going to address that, I think.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to propose that we institute a meet and greet tour in our district, our area. Tours are already going on at this point in time with our neighboring communities, Pulaski County, Montgomery County, from what I've heard, Floyd County as well, where parents, staff, and students actually are coming in. I've seen the announcements, as mentioned, from our surrounding areas, and I feel like it's a highly valuable and informative venue for us to receive less formal but direct communication from everyone. Oftentimes, 5 minutes at a podium can be very imposing. It can be, I don't want to say threatening, but to some people it can be. It's too formal to allow somebody to speak comfortably. What I've seen in the surrounding areas, I've talked to a couple people that are involved in it, and they're excited about it. The board members are excited. I would be excited about it. I think it's also very valuable, now that I have the microphone on. Yeah, I got you. I felt the look coming from that way. For me, I think it's easy to accommodate. I'm willing to accommodate my work schedule to make it happen because I think there's a great value for it. So what it looks like, for example, Pulaski County, unless I'm incorrect, has instituted, they have 5 scheduled days at different schools in the county where available board members will be present from 2:30 to 6 p.m. each day at each location. Tours are similar in function to a parent-teacher conference. They are scheduled, each time is scheduled 15-minute intervals, and more time can be allocated to requests in advance. Again, I feel like this is an opportunity that we could take upon ourselves to be available to hear what's going on, because I do see a lot of commentary in the public. I do hear a lot of commentary in the public as well as in the schools that things such as they don't listen, they don't hear us, they don't see us. We do. It's not us and them. We are you. I'm a parent volunteer. I know, we have school board members who have been teachers, who have been administrators. We're there. We represent all of you. That's why we're here. So this is my suggestion to the board, to my fellow members, as well as to administrators. I would like to see this implemented. I think it's a great opportunity to take down some barriers that have been present in the past, potentially, and to, again, be forward-thinking and move past that.
One thing I think you need to make clear is, though, it's not all board members at each of the scheduled times. Because if more than 3 of us get together somewhere, that's an official board meeting.
It is a meeting and there's restrictions, yeah.
You would be speaking, whoever chooses to come to that location on that day will be speaking to 2 board members. Now, you will know from the schedule that will be constructed which board members will be there. So, but it's not you address the whole board.
And an idea behind that, thank you, Jane, an idea behind that I've seen from our neighboring communities, being cognizant of that issue as a requirement, there have been these meet and greets. Say you might have 1 or 2 board members in a room, for example, and then in an adjacent room you have another couple board members if possible. So if you have, all 5 of us have the availability and we're excited about going because we want to hear, we want to see what's happening, we just split up where we are. So if we're not all in one place at one time, it's not, Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong, if we're not in one venue at that moment, then it's no longer listed as me. You got it. Yeah, you'll have to bend our ear a couple times, so you have to be a little creative with that. But I'm willing to work with it. I think it's a great opportunity. I have conversations when I'm out in the community, putting gas in the truck or up at Food City, whatever the case may be. But this is a good opportunity to hear from more people, I think. And I also think this should be something that I would like to consider this as a board more than just a one-off event. You know, again, we don't do parent-teacher conferences just once. We do it regularly because it's valuable. So, my
I talked to
recommendation.
some Floyd County board members also, and they do it regularly. It is routine for them.
And
Yeah.
Pulaski, I think this is their first time doing it,
Oh,
or
okay.
second time, because I've talked to their chair
Yeah.
about it as well.
Okay.
So.
Any other thoughts, comments? I think it sounds like a good idea, and I think, you know, making sure that we're clear as a board, if we're, you know, going to do this kind of thing, but we're available to listen but not to take the place of a parent or a student going through the channels of, you know, if I'm mad as heck at my teacher, that sure we'll be there and listen, but working through the channels appropriately to make sure that things are being taken care of. It's not like I'm going straight to the top and then everything's going to get handled. I think making sure that everybody's clear that we would want to be there to listen and
it's
to
what it says, listening.
listening, and then taking that into consideration when we are making decisions. But I think, you know, and then also to make sure that we're all taking good notes and communicating to each other. You know, so if a parent or a student or somebody comes and speaks to one set, that we're all going to be able to share that information with each other, so the parent wouldn't have to spend.
Well, and depending on how many people want to come, we're gonna have to figure out how to equitably share that time. Like, you know, do I get you two and then 15 minutes I get you
Right.
two and then 15,
Right.
or because I had 3 times, some people had to get turned away. So we kind of need to look at how it's
One
scheduled.
time. Yeah.
And I
So
think
they
that-
would talk to one set of people,
Right,
not
yeah.
2 sets of people.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
that would be my thoughts.
And my understanding is from, again, our colleagues in other communities, there's also, as part of the next actual meeting where the entire group's together, there is a debrief session where they discuss it, you know, quickly, so that we all have the information. Again, it is a matter of taking detailed notes, but again, it's a less formal environment. So there's also some opportunity there to explain what can I do or what will I do as a board member. You know, folks, let me take away the veil for you. As an individual board member, I have zero authority.
That's right.
I really, you know, without these other 4, I really can't do anything.
None
So
of us can.
yeah, and that's the
Not
whole
just
point.
you.
That's right.
None of
That's
us.
right. That's what it's all about. It's, you know, we're here to represent you and try and help be your voice. But I don't have a magic button, I promise. The only one I have is the one Stacy gives me that's a mute button. A lot of people wish I'd use that more often.
So would that just be up to us to set those dates? Do we need input from building leadership or from,
No, you all
okay,
just need to let us know what you need to use and
Right.
when you need to use it.
okay.
All right. Sounds like we're all happy to do this, and we'll make some time in our schedules to sort this out. We'll try to do some staggered times so that, you know, folks who are working, you know, are unable to come during school hours, maybe some afternoon, evening hours.
So who's coordinating this? Because I hear we are. Who is we? Because I think we're going to get to the next meeting and talk about it again. And
Right.
No, we're going to have to decide who's the contact person for the public to call and schedule appointments.
but who's leading it? Who's
I think
coordinating?
you all.
We,
if you
the
don't-
board,
I
it
think
is the board that is
Which-
wanting
which
to do
board
this.
member?
Jody, I
Which
think
board
to your
member?
point, I mean, I'm happy to take lead on this if you want on behalf of the board and try and coordinate with the other 4 of us so that we can have some ideas.
If you can get us a schedule, we can get it out to the community.
Yes, so then
That's-
Rob, then I'll reach out to you. I know Pulaski County, what they're doing is they're actually, they have someone in the administration who's emailing and taking the emails to centralize that.
Yes. That's what Dr. Sears told me today, that the board coordinated most of it and then just turned
Okay.
the schedule over to him and the staff. So we can, once you give us, we just don't know what your
Yeah,
schedules are.
we'll give you some times and we'll set up locations from
And
there
where
to let
you
you
would
know
like
what
to
we
go
want to
to.
do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Get
Sounds
that to you,
good.
then
Yes, sir.
kind of take the ball and run. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Is there any other new business?
Just one
Oh,
question. because I don't think they were, from what I understand with Floyd and Pulaski, the superintendent doesn't have to be there. Are you all wanting me to be there? Because I don't count as a.
I really don't. I mean, I wouldn't think so. 'Cause
I wouldn't count as a meeting person.
yeah.
But they aren't attending those listening sessions.
No,
Okay.
it's just the board from my understanding.
Okay.
I saw their schedule. I didn't see a superintendent's name on it.
Okay.
Do we have any other new business? I had the governor's school board meeting today and just updating some documents to change things from Pulaski County to Bradford City and finalizing the schedule. So I know that there's students from Bradford City and all other schools in our area that are putting in their applications now, and everything's shifted a little bit later than normal. But they're starting to sort out who's going to be the upcoming junior class.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Long, for going with us.
Yes, thank you. Anything else under reports? All right, we've got our action items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We sent you all the amended budget that we normally do every year. I sent you a description and information on it just to give you an overview. It's almost 13 more than we expected. We had similar last year because of the revenue we generate from Stride, and about 9 million of that goes there. We had a lot of success with grants this year. We had some projects that from Fund 5 with our school construction, and then the textbook funds, because of the increased enrollment in Stride, gives us an increased enrollment in our textbook funds to help us pay for that. What else am I missing, Carrie?
You had to increase the Fund 6 due to expenses related to
The McCard project, yes. So we have to have your all's approval so that we can get this down to the city, as it's more than the amount that we have that is increased to get their approval as well.
So this is new money.
Yes.
This is new money.
What's that number again? Much more.
About 13, almost 13 million. So the original budget was 33,896, and then the now with the increase in revenues is 45,500. The bill to Stride, well, it's a lot. Remember the ADM, yeah, the ADM from Stride comes to us first, and then that's right.
Mr. Graham, have we found funding for kindergarten aides?
So that was another little bit of bad news that we received this week too, is they are not going to approve the Senate, governors, or House. They're not going to choose one of those. So they're going with a skinny budget, which is what we
had planned for.
Correct.
Might lose some
That
kindergarten
was
teachers over that.
That was a SUPS memo we received. Now that could change still.
Because we don't still know when they're going to finalize
Correct.
theirs.
I don't know.
So if you all approve that, we need to get that to the city so that they can get that on their docket too. And just as a reminder, Monday is, I don't know if you all have time to come down, but 7 o'clock is the budget approval for the city and the schools.
This one will not be on.
Yeah, this one won't be.
The agenda, they have to advertise, have a budget hearing advertisement due to the amount of increase.
So Radford City.
For this year.
Okay, so Radford City's overall budget, they approve.
23-24 budget is approved, or is the approval process is Monday. This is 2022-23 for another time for them. This is this year's budget.
This year's.
Mondays is for next year's budget.
Okay.
Which you all have already approved.
Okay.
We're amending our current year's budget.
Correct.
By 13 million.
Correct.
Yes.
What will that 13 million be spent on?
Well, a lot of it goes back to Stride, remember, because we get the ADM form and then they bill us for it. And then you can see on here have you had a chance to read this? So for the school board operating funds, just for instance, we had the golf simulator equipment and supplies, but we got the golf simulator donation. So we had to reflect that.
So how much excess do we have?
From this, none. No, that's not our carry forward money, of course. we're still working on that.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the amended budget for 22-23?
So moved.
The motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any further questions or comments? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
And then you have the policies revisions we talked about the last meeting we went over. We just need you to have the final reading approved on those. So we can, Tracy Christian has done a wonderful job of getting these together, and she can, once you approve them, get them updated for us in our policy manual.
All right, does anybody have any questions about those policy revisions?
No.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the policy revisions for February, final reading?
I'll make the motion that we approve the policy revision.
Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you. And then technology surplus, you all have seen that. We sent that to you too. These are just really, really old technology, and Mr. Howard does a good job of putting those on the site that we have to try to get some money, but they're so old, we sell them for $5 to $10 each.
About a pound.
Yeah.
A pound.
So we need to have your approval to go ahead and get those on the site.
Okay. Do I have a motion for the technology surplus?
Yeah, I move that we move forward with the technology surplus.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okey doke. And then we've got the bell schedule.
Yes. If I may just make some comments before I present the motion. I was in the classroom for 27 years, second grade mostly, some first grade. I know you're dealing with things I never did. I know it's very different. I recognize your need for more planning time. I recognize that. But I'm going to be honest with you. As a second grade teacher, when I look at those wonderful activities planned by the YMCA on Wednesday and Thursday morning, and I see that the mental stamina being used up before they ever get to the classroom for you, I really can't accept that is the best interest for our youngest learners. And for that reason, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we remove this schedule from the calendar that was approved and request that the superintendent bring back an alternative to the current proposal, still focused on equitable planning for our elementary teachers.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion?
May I interrupt? Because the bell schedules aren't typically voted on. If you all are going to re-vote on something, it needs to be the calendar.
Mr. Graham, just a point of order, we actually never took a vote, so a comment of we're going to re-vote on that would be inappropriate and frankly out of order. At this point in time, the position was made.
The calendar was voted on.
The calendar was voted on, but your comment was that the bell schedule will be re-voted on.
No,
The board never voted on it. You asked for our support of it,
The
sir.
bell schedule was not voted on, that the calendar was voted on.
And then you stated if we were going to re-vote on the bell schedule.
Re-vote on the calendar.
Okay.
I'm asking that we remove the schedule from the calendar that we did approve, because we all know it was with bells to be determined. And so we voted on it in good faith. And we had no idea that it was going to look the way that it does. I've been in the community. We're being talked about a lot. It's not positive.
So let's hope before we start the discussion about the bell schedule, we need to
Okay, all right.
agree on what it is we're doing. So what we voted on originally was the calendar, and
Correct.
that included a bell schedule to be determined,
Correct.
and we did approve that.
Which was supported at the last meeting.
Right. So, if,
The one other clarification that we need is, are you asking to remove, I'm having a hard time with this because it wasn't voted on. The bell schedules were not voted on, they were supported. But are you asking us to remove the delay time from the high school, secondary, middle, and elementary? Is that what you're asking?
No, this is specific to elementary. My concern is specific to elementary.
My concern on that too, Ms. Boyd, just in all due respect, is that's not equitable to our elementary school teachers. So
I believe there is a way to make it so. Many people mention the possibility of a delay, an early release. I know we did that post-COVID for sanitizing purposes. And parents have said that would be easier for them to make arrangements for than to have these two delayed starts. When you bring children into the classroom, I'm thinking kindergarten, first and second, at 10 o'clock in the morning, they're soon going to lunch. And I can tell you from my experience, you planned your day very critically for those early morning hours. That was when you had your best instructional time, especially with our youngest learners. You know, and even principals would schedule lunches to allow, to preserve that early morning instructional time for first grade, for example, when so many foundations are being set. I feel like we're compromising the quality of the instructional time and the routine for our youngest learners, and I think it is a need that they have. So that is the reason for my motion, and I will leave it to the board to decide.
Can I ask a few questions?
Yes,
just
ma'am.
for clarification?
Sure.
Okay. So there's a few things that are moving in this time. So you're because I need to know this for parameters. So you're saying to keep the high school and the middle school delayed both Wednesday and Thursday as they have been presented in the calendar, or and what we presented. That's not going to be touched. We're not changing that.
That is the way, yes.
Okay. So you want to remove the entire elementary schedule or just the 2 delayed days?
The 2 delayed days with another plan
Okay.
put forth
Okay.
to give those teachers
Okay.
planning time.
Okay, can I ask you one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for those 2 delayed days, a teacher would be given 90 minutes of planning additionally. Are you saying you want us to find 180 minutes of planning somewhere else?
Is that what the high school gets?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just need to know the numbers I'm working with.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that stick with the schedule, that it be consistent every morning, which means the doors open at 8:20, the teachers are there at 8:20, the doors open at 8:25, tardy bell's 8:45. Every day, Monday through Friday.
Yes.
Okay, take the 2 delays away from elementary at a total of 180 minutes of planning.
Okay.
Fine,
I'm very sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I'm going
sorry.
to get lost in your numbers.
I know you are.
What-
But
what-
no, I don't know you are, but okay, I understand.
Well, you know I am. And I'll openly admit that on camera. My understanding of the motion is that I don't want to try to fix it tonight myself. My understanding of the motion, if I look at it, is that we voted on a calendar with the bell schedule to be determined. I agree. The motion is to pull the calendar out. We want to vote on it independently. I mean, the schedule, the bell schedule. We want to vote on that independently. Is that correct?
Sure.
That was the motion as I understood it.
To me, that is the bell schedule, period, and their division, all of it. Because, and that, again, this is my interpretation. This is where I am anyway. We sent out a survey. People are very upset with it, feel like we didn't listen. I think we have to listen. They wanted a 4-day work week or 4-day school week. We said it wasn't possible. I was part of that. I admit that. Now we're saying, well, maybe it is, but there are a lot of things we have to consider. Their afternoon dismissal, well, maybe it is possible. Maybe other things are possible. So for me, I feel like I probably prematurely supported that without understanding how the community felt about it. So we had 28 total people speak tonight between the letters and speaking. We had 11 people that supported it and 17 that didn't. For 65% of the people who spoke did not support it. I feel like, and with my notes anyway, the divide is between teachers and community. We had one community member who wasn't a teacher that supported it, unless I misunderstood. I don't want to be put in a position to pick between teachers and our parents. So the words compromise, collaborate, we want to work with you, we want to help. I heard all of that. What I would prefer is to get a bell schedule where all that's taken into consideration, because I think teachers need that time. I was a teacher as well, I get it. But I don't want to take the high school and middle school out of the equation, because to make it work with buses and everything else, that may have to be done. I don't know whether the best thing is to come in late or to come in the evenings or I don't know. But I do think we need consistency. I've received more phone calls, more emails, more, hey, do you have a second, Dr. Ray, to talk about this than anything else since I've been on the board for 2 years. What I'm asking is for something else to be considered that we have to vote on and put our stamp on.
And what I'm asking is for you to tell me, I don't want to keep coming with schedules and no, that's not right. We don't have another board meeting, not that I want one, for 5 weeks.
We have one.
What we're getting into is IEP writing. And so IEPs are sometimes written based on bell schedules. And so I feel a sense of urgency to get that done so that our community, as well as our teachers, as well as us, will have a bell schedule. What I'm asking is, can we come to an agreement of what we want within that bell schedule? And so we have a framework, I feel like, for a schedule for both the high school, and I understand your consistency thing, and you're right, because it won't be consistent taking the elementary out but not removing it from the high school and middle. I can do two things. I can make a 4-day schedule with kind of the committee that I haven't started, but I have the names and the emails. Bring them in, look at that. And I can create another schedule. If consistency is what you want, I need to know that. Like, I need to know, what is it that we feel is the most important thing? Is it consistency? Is it who goes first? Like, who's picked up first? Who's picked up second? Is it the number of minutes of planning? Because when you creating schedules, and you know this, creating schedules is not the easiest thing when you're looking at minutes. And so if I don't have parameters and I keep throwing schedules at you, then no one gets anywhere.
We're going to be the same way.
You're going to be the same way. And so if I can just have some parameters, then I think that we could come to a compromise. I just need the parameters. And you know what, Dr. Ray, if the parameters is 180 minutes, we can't do this year, but maybe we could do 90 for everyone, then that's a parameter that I could say, okay, let me look at the schedule. You have to know there's always, and you know this, there's always unforeseen consequences. One of the biggest unforeseen consequences right now is going to hit the high school and the middle school. Because once we dally with this delayed opening, their blocks on Wednesday and Thursday will increase significantly. So one of the things they wanted, which we couldn't do this year because we were delayed due to the building of McCarg, is that block of time got a little bit bigger. When we surveyed the teachers, they felt that students in middle and high school did better at a 75-minute block versus a 90, 95, 100-minute block. Because what happens during those larger block times is it's difficult to sustain the attention, discipline problems begin, and it's hard for our teachers. But when we take that away, because we're still faced with that 7-period thing, where, and Terry and I sat down and looked at the numbers. If we went to a 7-period day, it would cost the division almost $300,000 to do that in an effort to pay teachers. And that was at $25 a period, not their daily rate, not their hourly rate. So that's an expensive endeavor for us to do that, to go to a straight 7-period day, Monday through Friday. That's a lot of money. That's why the hybrid schedule worked with us. It worked financially, but it also worked in that your CTE, your science, they got bigger blocks of time to do labs and projects. If we take that away from middle and high school, we've got to figure something else out. So let me back up here. Another factor is you don't want those 7 periods to be less than 50 minutes. If they're 45 minutes, it's hard for a teacher to get into a lesson, to get it going, to do any kind of independent work and back out of it and then start the next lesson. So we came to an agreement that 50 minutes was the sweet spot of what we could do for a 7-period day. That runs at 8 to 3 for a high school student. One of the desires of the high school was to not go earlier than 8 and not to dismiss after 3. If you remember, I don't remember now, I'm so sorry, but in one of the last 4 years, we dismissed at 3:30. What that does to a high school student who has extracurricular or sports is if they have a game in Allegheny. Then if the game starts, if the match starts at 4:30, they've got to leave the high school at 2 or 2:30. They missed their last class. Think of basketball teams who play multiple games and practices. Getting practices and has always been an issue. So that was the agreement we came for high school. Let's end it by 3 so there's enough practice facilities, enough practice time, and the students aren't missing that much time leaving early for extracurricular events. They started at 8. It all fits into that 50-minute period, 4 to 5 minute transition, 25-minute lunch. So there's lots of factors working in there. So when you say come up with another schedule, if I just need the parameters, otherwise we are going to spin for the next few weeks.
I don't understand why this has to disrupt the high school, middle school schedule, because they've been doing this now this has been 2 years, and our elementary schools did not.
I'm okay with that if the board says that. I have to agree with Mr. Graham. Awarding one group of teachers additional planning, but not doing it for another, to me, is unequitable.
Isn't that exactly what we're trying to correct, though, with the solution of adding additional planning time? Because
We are. Yep.
our other teachers are telling us we as a board, regardless of membership, have already awarded some of our educators more time than others, and we were okay with that in the past, and we just moved on through it. I have a couple conditions here, and with respect, Ms. Denny, may I please? I have a couple issues here. One, there is, and Madam Chair, there is a motion on the table. It has been properly seconded by due fashion and order. A request for conversation and discussion has not been requested. So at this point in time, all the conversations, if you were to go strictly by rule of order that we've had so far, would indicate a de facto approval, an agreement with the motion that was presented. That's rule of order that we say we go by here at the school board. So I want you to have your opportunity to speak, I really do, but I also want to understand that we have to have rules, we have to have order, and we have to have direction for a reason. Otherwise, we do spin our wheels and we never go anywhere.
Well, then I'll stop you speaking.
Please.
And I will go ahead and say, let's have discussion.
There we go.
I tried to get us to there.
So-
You tried to say that.
I tried to say that, but I
with
was
that in
interrupted.
mind-
And I was interrupted.
Yes.
And so therefore, we do need to have this discussion before we move forward with anything, and that's why
Yes.
this is important.
With that in mind, Ms. Denny, your request for parameters, I think, is an excellent one, and one that is a point that is well taken. In anticipation of the conversation, I did prepare some information this evening to try and assist you with that to a degree. I do not feel that it is incumbent upon my position as a board member to provide a bell schedule, just because, frankly, I'm not aware of any of my colleagues in other similar positions that I've had conversations with recently who do that for their district. With that, I think the parameters that have been given are indicative of the surveys that were prepared and sent out We have information at this point, feedback from the community. We have feedback from the teachers. They were not the same survey. They were not presented the same. And it was done so by the direction of the board because, frankly, the family and the community was left out. Whether it be intentional or not is irrespective of the point. They weren't even asked. So once we did provide a survey and question to our families and our public, regardless of how that came about, and even frankly the validity, which has been questioned of the survey based on the people who received it and responded to it, the respondents, I feel like the parameters established are based on the Department of Education requirements, the number of hours we have to have, based on the feedback we've received from our teachers, who I absolutely believe need as much time as possible to prepare and be effective in their job. But it's also incumbent upon me and us in order to make sure that we are not ignoring or even slighting the families. And Jody, forgive me, I actually came up with different information. I tried to keep track the best I could. 28 respondents that we heard from tonight, 10 of those we heard from, 9 of which were teachers, and 18 were in a negative, saying no one has ever said, and no one said tonight, I'm not saying now, that we don't want our teachers to have the time, that we don't show you the respect and love that you deserve. But frankly, you do. You know, even as a career banker, you have a job that I just cannot do. I recognize that. But at the same time, I was horrified at the thought that didn't even occur to me of 2 days a week, there's a potential for a student entrusted in our care in Radford City Public Schools to be crossing 2 streets to get to a corner to be picked up by our transportation bus, whenever it is now public and widespread knowledge that there's no one there potentially to monitor that student. The comment was made, we're terrified, and I agree. It's horrifying to me. I travel Rock Road regularly. I don't want to think that there's a student out there alone waiting for a bus. I don't want to think that there's someone potentially with nefarious intent waiting for our student around a corner either. So how do we fix that? I think that's something that we have to consider. I agree with the information that's been stated many times based on my own research. A delayed open is not the answer. I think it's the answer that our parents haven't said. They've said this isn't going to work. I'm not going to be in a position to tell a parent you have to quit your job because we try to provide something to our teachers to help with our students. I don't want to see more students and parents leave Radford City Public Schools, which has always been exceptional. So what's the answer? I don't know. I know what the answer is not. And from what I've heard and the conversations I've heard, the answer is not to have 2 days delayed for 2 of our schools to come in. So where's the solution on that? I would recommend find that at the nexus of the public feedback from the survey presented, the teacher survey presented, and the Department of Education requirements. And then, my request is, frankly, that at that point in time, that is presented at the next board. I don't want it to go round and round. I don't think any of us have a patience or tolerance for that. I don't think there's a requirement for that. I think it's just finding that solution.
Okay. So, do we have any other comments, questions?
My understanding is that the motion on the table is for us to vote on the bell schedule at the next meeting. That's my understanding.
Wait, what? Say that again?
It will be for us to vote on the bell schedule.
The current one or a new one?
Vote on one, whether it be current or, well, I guess it was in there. Read it again. Let's make sure we're voting on the right thing.
I made a motion that we remove the schedule from the calendar that was approved and request that the superintendent, assistant superintendent bring back to us an alternative that still focuses on equitable planning for our elementary teachers. School schedules impact our entire community. So as leaders, we need to find a common ground that can benefit everyone. And I think it can be done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's That's
So
what I
if
thought it
you
was.
don't come in early, then they're gonna need to stay late.
I think based on the motion that's been presented, that's for us to see later. We haven't been presented with a solution to it based on the motion present.
For example, an early dismissal would not require staying late. And that could be 60 minutes of planning time, okay? 120 minutes of planning time.
180.
As opposed to 180. So how about make the high school equitable, and can theirs be 60 minutes less if we're gonna, finagle about that? I don't know, but I can't support a plan that I feel is compromising our best instructional time for our youngest learners. And I do believe that.
So may I say something, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just so that we're clear on everything here. Last time that we met, we asked your all support for the bell schedule, and you gave it to us, correct?
Reluctantly, yes.
I don't.
Last time we asked for support from the board for the bell schedule, and I did not hear we don't have any support. Is that right? Okay. Now we're hearing, and with a recommendation, I believe, from you, Dr. Ray, too, that you said, please secure us some information about early morning opportunities, which our folks have worked very, very hard and have partnered with a very prominent and supportive partnership. So we secured that. We presented that to you all tonight. So now I'm hearing that we're going to go, you are asking us to go back and find out other options on how to present that in a different format for our staff. Is that what we're hearing? Is that what the motion is? Just so we understand.
To find a different time frame for their extra planning.
And Mr. Graham, I would expound that to be not only for your staff, but for our community, our families and students, sir.
I think we have new information since the last meeting is where I'm at anyway. We have new information. So I would ask, go back to the drawing board. Maybe it's tweaking, maybe it's redoing it completely. I don't know. I don't want to try to problem solve. But all I'm saying is I have received, I don't even want to try to count how much information from different people, families, comments, more than I have on any other topic since I've been on the board. So what I support in the motion is going back to the drawing board, bringing us something with this new information. Let's consider it, because I'm hearing that the survey wasn't considered. I can't say it was or wasn't, but that's what I'm at. That's my understanding of the motion, is to pull it out, give us the opportunity to vote on it, whatever is presented, and you'll have that support. I supported it, and I'll be the first to say that, but I may have made a mistake, and I'll be the first to say that too. I don't know if I did or not. I think the teachers need their time. I want them to have their time, but I'm also hearing parents come to me and say, this is going to be a really major strain on our family. And so with the new information, what I'm asking is, let's pull it out and vote on it independently. Let's not use the wordsmithing of support, vote. Let's vote on it. Let's make it official. That's what I'm asking.
So, in my mind, the survey said a 4-day week. And I'll go back to that. I'm more than happy to do both, to create 2 schedules. I don't mind doing that. And that's what I was trying to say, is that with the parameters given, look, I can look at it differently. I'm not opposed to that. And I agree with you that if you've heard them and you want that, then we support you. I just need to know how many schedules are we talking about here. And so I'm now comprehending that this is only elementary.
That's where my concern lies.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to focus on elementary.
The motion did not say just elementary, though.
Yeah, it does.
It did. Well, it said still focused on equitable planning for our elementary teachers. So that is.
But because the survey
landed on 4 days. If I'm being responsible to that survey and you want me to do that, then I feel that it's my responsibility to do two things. One, that takes those minutes and maybe puts them in a different place.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's not very well back here.
Okay. Then I feel like we're responsible to create two. One that's a 4-day, based on that survey, and then another one that moves that planning to a different time of the day.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds
Thank you.
great.
I just needed that clarity.
Thank you. Okay.
But if that involves moving the middle and high school, I think that needs to be on the table to make it doable for transportation, to keep the equitable piece of it.
I think we have to. I mean, that's part of the transportation
I don't think that
piece.
can be taken off the table. That's my opinion. It may not need to be touched, but if it does, I think you need the autonomy to do it, whatever that looks like. So that's, I think, I don't know if we're disagreeing.
No.
I think you're pointed at the elementary.
Right.
I want to back out and look at the whole division.
And
make
that's
sure-
fine, and I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be glad to do that.
Okay.
Can we,
Do we need to amend?
Motion kind of had elementary mentioned in it. Can
Mhm.
she restate it to remove?
Or amended.
Can we amend, can she amend, or do we
I
have
think
to?
Dr. Ray was saying it's all.
Well, her motion did say
It,
something
it,
about.
it did. I'm
elementary.
looking at it right here, yeah.
Nelson needs to, if you're going to put it to 4-day week, it needs to have another.
It needs to be specific to all of those things.
Right.
So should we ask,
So,
Is that-
so how do you have a suggestion
Do
how I
we-
should amend it then?
does she
Equitable
rescind
planning
her?
for all teachers? Would that be
Does she
better?
need to rescind her motion first and then present a new motion that is clear? Yes?
Okay. Do I just say I rescind my?
Yeah, because you didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
No, okay. All right, so I'm going to amend that motion,
There you go.
that we remove the schedule from the calendar that was approved and request that superintendent, assistant superintendent bring back an alternative to the current proposal, still focused on equitable planning for all teachers.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I appreciate everybody giving, their opinions. I appreciate everyone coming and speaking. I appreciate that we need to be equitable between our elementary schools and our older schools. And I appreciate the work you're willing to put into bringing us some other options for us to look at and approve at our next meeting. Will we need to have a called meeting?
Please no.
Okay. I just didn't know, like,
I'll make
time-wise.
the time.
Okay. Anyone have any other? Yes, we need to vote. I just need to make my little thing, because I want to make sure that everybody knows that this is very important. And that's why we're taking so much time to listen to you all and to make sure we're very clear on our instructions to our staff. All right. All in favor of Ms. Boyd's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, we need to, anything else? All right, can we move into closed session, please?
Madam Chair, I propose that we move into closed session for the following reasons. Under Virginia Statute 2.2-3711, closed meetings authorized for certain limited purposes. A, public bodies may hold closed meetings only for the following purposes. 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, and evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions of higher education, where evaluation will necessarily involve discussion of the performance of specific individuals.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Madam Chair, I move to make a motion that we also go into closed session for reason number 2, discussion or consideration of admission or disciplinary matters or any other matters that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning any student of any Virginia public institution of higher education or any state school system. However, any such student, legal counsel, and if the student is a minor, the student's parents or legal guardian shall be permitted to be present during the taking of testimony or presentation of evidence at a closed meeting if such student, parents, or guardians so request in writing and such request is submitted to the presiding officer of the appropriate board.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are in closed. Thank you all. motion to convene in regular session.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Need a certification of our closed meeting.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we certify the closed meeting for reason number 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, and everything else I said in when I made a motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I also make a motion that we certify closed session for reason number 2.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, personnel matters.
Personnel report 1.0.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve personnel report 1.0?
I make the motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then we need the school board to approve student number 32120 to a alternative learning environment with other stipulations mentioned.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve student matters in regards to student 32120?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then need you all to approve student 31125 to an alternative learning environment with the stipulations discussed.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve student matter 31125?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We have no